Not much.
Holy crap! Yeah, don't remember. I couldn't remember where we were at in the storyline. Now I do.
Me neither.
I was very appreciative for the updates on Discord.
It was good to get the old conspiracy board out. Sorry.
Do we really not play this for 118 days?
Yeah, it sounds about right. It's been a while.
Great.
Yeah. While you were gone, Jake, we had a whole other Cthulhu game in there, so it was before that.
Did we ever finish our train station one?
I do not believe so, no. Just lost in time. I think we were going to, and we ended up just talking the whole night. Let's see, yeah, February 23rd was the last time we played this game. No, that's not right. Yes, it is right. No. Yes.
118 days, whatever that is.
Nah.
What game is that you put in the general chat?
No.
Rob?
That was, I don't remember the name, but it was Alice in Wonderland something. Or just Alice? I think it was just called Alice.
Two. Alice in Wonderland, Madness Returns, and Alice in...
Was it? I thought it was just called Alice. Wasn't there one that was just called Alice? Because I never played it, but that's what I assumed it was. Maybe it was a different one.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's one called Alice. American McGee's Alice.
Yes, American McGee's Alice. The sequel was Alice Madness Returns. And given that the sequel was 2011 and the original was 2000, that was probably the sequel. insofar as that didn't look like 2000 era visuals to me.
No,
There's
that
also one
wasn't
called
very.
Asylum.
That wasn't very Perfect Dark Zero or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Halo. No subtitles.
Halo looked way better than Perfect Dark did.
Yes. Actually. No, that's not right.
Perfect Dark may have been the 90s still.
It was. No, I'm wrong. I can't. I'm angry with myself that I can't come up with it. Halo absolutely did have a subtitle. Nuts.
I'm thinking the word evolution for some reason, and I don't think that was
Combat
right.
Evolved. Yes, it was Halo
Combat-
Combat Evolved. That's what I needed before I had to quite look it up. Excellent.
I'm awesome with a third of the wrong answer. You can always come for a third of the wrong answer.
Odds of another Alice game seem slim. A shame. They're really good.
It's kids these days. They're not reading enough Alice in Wonderland.
That's exactly it.
But a third one was supposed to come out, but they nixed it.
Yeah, he pitched it. They did a Kickstarter. I remember the Kickstarter for a game that turned into a Kickstarter for like 2 short films, which I didn't follow up on at all. Apparently, he had a pitch deck for yet another one, Asylum, that EA rejected in 2018, and he has since said he has no interest in working on another Alice game. So, if there's a future one, it will not be related to American McGee.
Or they'll bring them on like, hey man, I know you got your heart broken a bunch of times on this, but we got it and we want you to be part of it, maybe? I could see that.
Sure. Anything can happen, but I'm not holding my breath.
It's weird how I get that aspect of Alice in Wonderland 100% confused with that aspect of Wizard of Oz. The whole, like, I might be a crazy girl in an asylum. Like,
I thought Alice in Wonderland was about math.
it is, and how you hate it. No one likes new math.
It is.
Just a heads up, I don't know if it's supposed to be like this, but my character cards in my PC tab says party. It's blank.
Says what? You're quite faint right now.
Sorry, in the third tab, actors, PCs, it just says party, and it's like a blank. It's a blank character sheet.
Interesting.
Can you
You're
can
the
you see
owner.
DVD?
Yes. And you're showing as the owner for it.
Let me refresh. That might be it.
Yeah, the fact that I can see it doesn't mean it's set up right. I can see everything.
Oh, there it is. Just refreshed it. Never mind.
Last ones. All right. Yeah, don't get weirded out. I'm going to clear the chat log. If that all goes blank, that's intentional, since having a long chat log can slow everything down. And it's quite long, so I saved it off and cleared it. If we really need to check something there, I've got it in the text file. But given how long it's been, I don't know that we're going to remember what any of those rolls were for anyway, so eh.
Is there a treat that you could probably have?
I told you there's those cookies.
I mean, I'll do that.
Nope.
Is this second Thorn we were listening to?
I was watching the first Thor movie. Might be the second. I don't know. He likes those Thor movies. Winter Soldier's still his favorite.
Tony, that's why I said keep an eye on the oven.
Twice. Twice. Do you guys not have D&D?
We're waiting for Katie.
Not better do?
No.
You make me sad, Mom.
Okay.
Hey,
Oh,
Hello.
my notes open here. How are you guys doing?
Okay.
Good. How are you doing?
You guys waiting for the floods? Is that what's going on? Do you have flood warnings or something? Or is it just a song that's in your head? Or no, a phrase that was in your head?
oh, just a phrase that was in my head. Totally unrelated.
So we had
Matt,
flooding.
my audio is all jacked up. It sounds like it's coming from a tin can. I think it's coming from the wrong source. Why is that?
You have the head plugged in? I've done that where I basically blow out my headphones trying to turn the volume up.
Probably coming from your monitor speakers. One sec.
So we have flood warnings this weekend.
Oh, yeah?
And we had flooding on Thursday. I got caught in it because, the isthmus gets, it's
Yeah.
a swamp in the middle of two lakes. It always gets flooding.
Oh.
So
Yeah, we had a bunch of rain for a while, and then it stopped and dried up.
Settings. Voice and video. Yeah, your output device is the Biotech right now, not your speakers. You want speakers. There. And close this.
Why did it change?
I don't know. Discord does that sometimes. It constantly tells me, new audio device detected. Do you want to switch? And I have to say no.
Okay, yes, that's much better. Okay. Yeah, I could barely hear you. You were sounded like you were talking through a tin can. Yeah, we got pounded with rain. Yesterday, we just got a sudden, catastrophic downpour for 15 minutes, and now it's blue skies again. Was it Florida's getting slammed, right? Aren't they? The whole East Coast, top to bottom, is getting slammed with tropical storms that are under flood warnings.
I don't know. Maybe it's whatever we had on Thursday.
Yeah. We had, it's not even July, and it was well into the 90s earlier in the week.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
I get up in the morning to exercise, and like I get up at 6 a.m. and it's already like 74 and 80%.
Yeah, with all the rain, all the humidity makes it just brutal.
I was talking to my friend in Texas, and she was having lows in the 80s overnight, like highs in the hundreds already.
That's what my one of the guys on my team lives in Florida says about Florida, that it's not actually materially hotter than Iowa. It just doesn't ever cool down. Like the highs will be very comparable, but where we might get down to the low 70s or into the 60s overnight, it'll stay at 85.
That's what's nice about up north. Like it can get hot up there for sure, but at night it'll still be like in the 50s.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like there's something. I should look at the weather radar. There must be some kind of storm coming because I've been having like those thunderstorm related headaches all day.
Yeah, we have some sort of thing coming in.
Yeah, so sorry if I'm a little foggy. I've been taking migraine medication.
No. Speaking of medication, you've all just gotten back to the hotel after a brief hospital visit to patch up a massive bullet wound that had basically healed by the time any medical staff had a chance to look at it. So that's interesting. Ran some tests on yourselves to see if you all now had healing factor. You don't. Don't really know what's going on there. When you settled in for a good night's sleep, presumably got it, though you can decide if you chose not to sleep or were up for whatever reason. That's obviously cool. And we'll say we are now entering the following day.
Did we test Denny to see if he was healing? I forget.
We ran a field test on Denny healing.
I mean, when we got back and we were all seeing if we all had some sort of super healing. Did that include Denny? Or was it the other three?
I thought it was separate. That you're all being very polite on not accusing me of being a witch.
So I feel like that's something I'd want to get answered. Like, hey, Denny, can we, like...
Think fast.
Give you a small cut and see what happens?
So now my hotel residents have been cutting each other in their rooms. We're going to get thrown out of this place.
Who's got to know? I think we were gonna go visit you in your room. We're like, good morning, feeling okay? And your finger, boink.
So was Denny particularly exhausted? Did it seem like
That's going to be pretty hard to tell.
okay?
I mean, yes, but also you had your middle blown out by a sniper.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, did this healing take a lot out of me? So
I mean, you were pretty exhausted when you went to bed, but it's hard to tell if it was the healing or just the trauma of having your insides blown through you. You know, you were pretty exhausted, absolutely.
Okay.
You don't feel like you were in any way supernaturally exhausted. You've been that tired before in your life from just normal causes. Either you stayed up too long, it was late and you drank a little bit too much, so not enough to pass out, but enough to really hammer that I really don't want to be awake right now kind of home. Kind of like that. It didn't feel preternatural to you, but the exact cause, really hard to disentangle the different sort of significant events that you've been through in the very recent past.
But it's not. I'm not sleeping for 2 days after.
No. You're up the next day as normal. And since
Adele is disappointed she does not have super healing powers.
And I'm going to put a sort of a fixed point in time here, since I have lost track of my mental calendar and I was not sufficiently writing it down or tracking it in Foundry. So I think we're going to be reasonably close. I'm going to say right now it is Monday, March 5th. The full moon was Friday the 2nd. Since I know you've been tracking moon cycles and some stuff seems to happen time to the moon.
When was the full moon? 8.
The 2nd.
Okay.
So you're on the morning of the 3rd day after the full moon at this point. It's Monday, March 5th. And I will note, I'm going to do a better job of tracking this going forward. I will also note I'm using the actual lunar calendar. If for no other reason, then you can go look it up and just see. This would be information that would be easily available to you in any place with any kind of civilization in it. You could go find someplace that has an almanac and look up the moon phases if you needed to. So you can feel free to, at any point, just use a lunar calendar for 1923, and it'll be lined up with the dates we're using. Anybody going back someday and binging all of these when they are eventually posted on YouTube, if I've just broken the timeline, I apologize. I apologize from the distant past, but it's now March 5th.
Dear future, everyone.
Exactly. Dear future people who didn't wait 4 months between sessions of this. The dates changed. Suck it up.
In the notes, it says once a month, 24 of the members get a truck and drive out of London. Did we ever get a firm date on if that's every 28th, or is it just randomly?
No, explicitly not. What she was able to tell you was that it hasn't been more or less than once a month, and it's typically roughly towards the end of the month, but within that it varies. She wasn't able to... Now, she hasn't been keeping detailed notes. She's not a private investigator or a cop or anything. But from her recollection and sort of paying attention to it, it hasn't been on a specific 4-week cycle that might match phases of the moon. It hasn't been a specific date. It hasn't felt like it's always the 4th Wednesday or something like that. As far as she could tell, it's once a month, generally towards the end, and she couldn't peg it to be more regular than that.
Okay. And then I also remember talking about a small town outside of London with a hound problem or a werewolf problem or something like that.
Yeah, among the newspaper clippings you dug up, sort of following what Elias was researching and pulling. So as part of your looking through the stuff that he had been looking at Mickey Mahoney's office, you found a newspaper clipping about animal attacks, monthly animal attacks in a town outside London known as Lesser Edale.
It was basically, we had 3 newspaper stories, basically 3 quests we could choose from. So it was werewolves outside of town, it was this death cult in town, the Egyptian murders, and then the third one was to do with art, weird paintings. So chose the Egyptian murders to start with.
And were these available in the journal entries, or is this one that we didn't have available?
There were envelopes. We opened envelope newspaper clipping.
Right. I have those.
Yeah, hang on.
From the
Did I remember? I did not. Cool.
All good.
Let me make a note to myself. They should be available as journal entries that I unlock as you get them. I apparently have not put them in, and I apparently keep thinking I have, so don't actually go do it. Let me write that down. They should be available in here.
Would that be under masks?
It would be under masks. It would be under masks.
Folder.
London. And there is no London folder.
10-4. That was an old Clash album. London folder.
What was the question? I can try and search the text notes too. I just want to make sure I was updating them.
Just a general question about if the clippings were in electronically.
Just the documents.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So if you scroll up in the chat attached to this call, I do have pictures of them here because we ran across this problem last time, and I didn't choose to fix it, apparently. But they're in the chat, so you can find them there and look at them if you don't have the physical copy handy.
I see. Yeah, so the Derwent Valley residents, killer beast shot but still alive, question mark, is I think what I was referring to. Rabid dog was shot and killed the night of Mr. Short.
I would also like to take a moment to specifically call out, Katie, I appreciate your notes, because without your notes, I'd have no idea where you were right now.
I was talking to Cicely about that before. Like, boy, am I glad those notes came out because I remembered some of the highlights. Not a lot of the rest of it, though.
Yeah. We would have spent 45 minutes negotiating where we actually were going.
Are we on a boat again? Where are we? I don't understand.
And you can control F. Sicilies are pretty, and they help visually remind you, but sometimes you just want to control F, so we need both of them.
Yes.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I think I'm going to go back, dig those various blocks of notes up, and start making those the blurb under the videos that I have posted so far. And going forward, just use those as they see, like, bonk
Yeah.
here. So if you're going back to look for something, and I will get them up eventually. I realize I keep saying that. It will happen. I had to switch tools, and I have to learn DaVinci Resolve well enough to get them posted. There's been a learning curve that keeps me from quite doing it. But last time I was working on it, I think I got the problem solved. So I think I can start cranking them out.
Yeah, the notes are nice. Sicily's picture notes, nice way to quickly remind yourself of what happened. Like, yeah, I remember. Where did my virtual tabletop go? What?
And I know that I don't have to write down every single thing because Katie's going to catch it. Leaves me more room for pictures.
It starts to trail off the closer to 10:30 we get. Notes are much more complete in the beginning.
So yeah, next morning, I don't remember where everybody's hit points are at, but I'm pretty sure we updated them for the rest, so they should be where they belong right now. So if you're down some, I'm afraid you are actually down some. So I'm reasonably certain we did that update at the end. We talked about how quickly they recover, and I know there was some question there. With that all said, we'll say it is the morning of the 5th, and you have some new information about that truck and the club and some of the events and people involved, at least in the club. You at one point did clock someone following you, though you weren't able to backtrack them when you went to go try and get closer. They had managed to vacate the area. And obviously, Denny had his, episode.
Which is totally fine, and none of us have to even talk about it again.
Yep.
Wink. I do want to poke him in the finger and see what happens.
Sure.
I'll fight back or dodge. How does this work?
So mechanically, what's going to happen is
Strength.
you have the option to reduce incoming damage by half. But let me look up the exact details, because it's not obviously just free insofar as that would you would just have double the hit points then, and why would we even talk about it? What am I looking for? Yes, you can try and make a con roll to take half the damage. If you fail, you take the damage that was rolled you're incapacitated for 1d3 rounds, and there will be some kind of sanity cost.
Is that a sanity cost that I, as a hardened person, would ignore sanity loss points for viewing horrific injuries or the deceased?
Absolutely not.
All right.
This is a sanity cost specific to you, in fact.
Oh, far out.
Would you know the consequences? Or
No,
would you just automatically?
no.
All right, Lois is going to take her little pocket knife or whatever. And,
Switchblade.
yes, switchblade, and hold his finger. Like, I want to know.
And then he will say, "Not my trigger finger, please."
No, I'll take
And then
your,
he will
your
give.
offhand.
And then he will give her the middle finger.
Like,
So yeah, you'll see. You give him that little nick, and it appears to bleed and act pretty normally.
Oh.
It may clot up a little fast because if I recall correctly, you actually do have quick healing as like one of your pulp traits.
the harden. or tough guy?
Tough guy.
I have quick healer.
That's yeah.
Oh. Okay. So it might clot up and stop bleeding a little bit faster than you expect, but certainly not as fast as yesterday's
Oh.
events.
How
Nah,
fast
I'm a werewolf.
superpowers come and go. Alas.
Okay. You feeling okay? You don't feel any different today, or?
My finger hurts, but other than that, I feel fine.
I'm sorry, did I wake you? No, I was just getting
I
up to answer the
here.
phone.
And here.
Okay.
So where do we want to go next? Where we
Everything is
staying?
totally fine there. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
Perfect. So
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain or on the roof. Not important. Press on.
All right. Well, I mean, at night, I guess we should be keeping a lookout for the murder van that comes at midnight.
Yeah. It's a big city, though. How are we going to catch that specific murder van? And also, we're in New York, right? There's a
London.
lot of murder vans.
We're in London.
Oh,
Yeah. so they're lorries.
yes. There's a lot of
Murder
murder
lorries.
Murder lorries. Yeah.
Plus, that's what I was asking about earlier. It sounds like it doesn't come till the end of the month, and it's only the 5th right now.
Well, they didn't say the end of the month. I don't think we have an idea of when it's going to come next.
She did say it typically was towards the end of the month, though she couldn't peg a date or a pattern aside from generally towards the end of the month.
When did the last murder victim show up?
Relatively recently.
So we may have time and
Let me get the actual date.
This slaughter continues, says Tuesday the 24th.
I'm checking to see if I need to adjust that in light of, the fact that I've just changed the dates around. I don't think so. I think that works fine. Yeah. So we'll keep that as is. It'll be easier to remember it because it's in the paper, and that will work. So yeah, the last murder was the 24th.
So I'm trying to keep track of like the list of activities to do. Do we bring the actual research materials to Mickey Mahoney?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we did that.
And you have access to them if you want to look through them. He's got those that you shipped over here. as well as stuff that he knows Jackson was looking at while he was here, since they were working together a good chunk of the time. So he's got, I mean, he shared with you what he knew he had, and you looked through. But that is, he's got archives to be looked through potentially.
We could look through the archives if we wanted to.
Then there's also that Gavigan guy at Pembroke. Is it Pembroke Foundation?
Penhew.
Penhew. That were part of the whole expedition that we were looking into in the first place. We haven't checked that out yet. It doesn't. I don't think that has anything to do with the Egyptian death cult stuff. We want to stay focused on this stuff. We can. Yeah, we should definitely do some research and see if we find anything that relates to the Black Pharaoh, the cult of the Black Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Yep, and I will note the Penhew Foundation you first learned about when you found that business card back in New York.
Yeah, that definitely ties into the bigger picture. And then, did we have any idea where the name Bartholomew Skylark tied into anything, or is that just a weird piece of paper we found at the club?
I don't think we know what that's about yet.
Yeah, I don't think so.
All right. Just
That was, so the thing with Bartholomew Skylark was, it seemed like it was someone shopping for names.
Yeah.
So it's an alias.
So if we find someone named Bartholomew Skylark, we'll know that's not their real name. We could try and find more about that Zara lady. She seems scary. Try and figure out who's her boss. See if there's something we can do to...
So the tie together between the Carlisle expedition and this Egyptian death cult, Sir Aubrey Penhew from the Penhew Foundation is an Egyptologist. And he was with Dr. Robert Hudson, who was lost on the expedition.
Right.
So investigating the Carlisle expedition does overlap with Egyptian death cult.
Yeah. And they went to Cairo before they went to Darkest Africa.
Right.
So there definitely is an Egypt angle on this. But yeah, I mean, doing a little research sounds like a good idea to me. Because we need to know more about these players.
I found the headlines in my notes and I'm just laughing. Man-sized dog eating people.
Not a werewolf.
Denny is inclined to buy a new suit
Since you're blood.
and a giant hole in the back or front. Mostly front, probably.
Yeah, mostly front. But not small in the back. And there's a clear,
Yeah.
So it's not a small round to begin with. Though
Right.
it was much larger by the time it finished, obviously.
Not going to help our chances of moving around undetected if we have people with giant holes.
If I need to dress up, it's going to be because we're going near people that look at your clothes. So, yeah, that's what I'll be doing. And Denny will be rather preoccupied with looking for Silas. Just watching for him all the time.
Sure.
He has a new bracelet that says, "What would Silas do? Where would Silas hide?"
Understood and duly noted. So I will not require you to mention all the time. And BT Dubs, checking the rooftops for Silas. I will assume that you are, unless otherwise occupied, sort of on high alert for some reason.
Right. To probably, honestly, to the extent that he's less attentive to non-people related things, I guess.
Sure.
Trash cans with teeth and other whatever things like that.
Sandcastles with teeth, as it turns out.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, so it'll be relatively easy for you to pick up a new suit. If I recall correctly, after the payout from the ship from the salvage, I think you successfully upped your standard of living level
I believe
based
so.
on your credit rating going up.
Yep.
So yeah, the suit will fit, not a problem. And as you were mentioning, if you have to dress up, I'll note that around London, around this point in history, you basically have a pretty sharp division into like 4 tiers, 4 classes of people. At the bottom, obviously, you've got the totally indigent, just the homeless, panhandling, chimney sweep children, all that kind of Dickensian bullshit. Next step up from that, you've got the working man, dock workers, bricklayers, that kind of sort, who will be frequently seen in public in just like shirt sleeves and suspenders and like a newsy cap and that kind of thing, moving around. Immediately above that is the next group, as the sort of at the beginning of the era where there can be like white collar workers of a sort. You go quickly from that shirt sleeves and suspenders look to suits with really nothing in between. And then above the suits, you get the people who are also wearing suits, but they're clearly wearing suits made of dreams and money. Like, they're in better cars, better groomed, etc. And those are clearly the old money or really successful merchant princes kind of thing. Like, that's real wealth there. But you kind of have those 4 to choose from if you want to target something. You've got that. You go from indigent to working stiff to a fairly broad range of people that are wearing suits all the time to that just couple percent at the very top that are probably landed gentry. There may be a 5th class that is actual royalty, but you haven't seen them yet that you're aware of. So
yeah, Denny will stop short of hitting the like costume level of clothing and just stick with Institute of Silly Walks like suit.
Sure. Yeah, and in terms of if you're trying to blend in and sort of look normal on the streets, that's going to be your best bet.
Yeah.
You're not going to look like a threat like a beggar might. You're not going to look like you're less likely to give the impression that a fight might break out. Not that they necessarily break out more often amongst the working class than anyone else, but sort of the
Matt,
overall, it feels like, well, that guy, I don't know.
Say Irish. It's fine.
Yes. But yeah, also not calling attention to yourself through the quality of your dress. Like, people wonder who you are that's walking around like this, and in fact, why you're walking anywhere.
Right.
Aside from between a car and a place that somebody can't afford. So yeah, we can spend the first part of the day having a new suit worked up for you. Given what you're trying to hit, you can probably successfully buy off the rack with some minor alterations. And we'll sort of fudge a little bit and say this can be done over the course of a morning so you have clothes.
Sure. Perfect. Thank you. Otherwise, though, what are we thinking?
Research.
Research?
Yeah, I want to know what's in those crates that we hauled across the effing ocean with restaurants.
Also, might want to see if the paper might have some archives related to Zelda or whatever, Zara. See if we can do some general research on her.
Sure. I will say, in terms of the general contents of the crates, just so as to not present a disappointment, yet if you were looking through them when you were on board the ship across the Atlantic, and they're a collection of Elias's journals and notes and newspaper clippings and some miscellaneous artifact kind of stuff, some bits and bobs from his travels, sort of just a long collection of stuff over his entire career. So not all pertinent to his most recent stuff, but all his various research for his various books were in those crates. I say that because mechanically they're set up such that they're a resource you can dig into and look for something in particular, but I don't really have anything ready for you to just kind of open a crate and find something cool. It's sort of an additional library for you to consult that you can see if you can find something pertinent in, not a quick go open this because the MacGuffin is in the crate.
Okay.
Hey, you can head over to the Scoop's main offices. Well, I say that. As far as you know, the Scoop's offices, we don't need the main qualifier. And in fact, you're not entirely certain it needs to be plural. Just the Scoop's office is probably sufficient. This is not a huge operation. Having gotten a look, at least briefly, at the other major papers, or the major papers of London, you can sort of backfill and derive that the Scoop isn't quite like a straight-up yellow journalism rag, but it is designed to be a bit more sensational with the news. It stops short of making things up and trying to stir up political tensions. It's not quite that level. It's not, Bat Boy Returns. But it certainly doesn't pull its punches when there's an actual story of interest of having the more lurid headline. The one that will freely use words like slaughter and blood-soaked and massacre, as opposed to the more restrained of the higher class papers that would just simply say X dead in killings. This will cater more towards the more colorful. But yeah, you head back there. It's middle of the day. Place is bustling. It seems like the morning edition has already gone out. You go in, the presses are currently quiet. The people are bustling around. You hear the clacking of typewriters. See a couple people with pens and pads of paper at desks. And like before, the main floor is the presses. So that the first floor you walk into is just, there's a little sort of vestibule lobby area, and right through there it's just machinery for cranking out papers. But as you know, there's a little stairway off to the side that takes you up to kind of a balcony with some working area around it. And up around the balcony, you've got Mickey Mahoney's office. You've got some set-aside rooms for archival materials. Their storage areas take up about half the floor. And then the other half of that upper area is pretty much open with just desks and lamps and people. It's fairly bustling, but the actual number of people isn't that high. It's maybe a dozen people moving around up here, with another probably dozen operating the presses down below. But people are, getting up and walking quickly to other desks. There are conversations going on. It makes it feel more busy and crowded than the actual numbers of people would really indicate. But you have no problem heading back and going to Mahoney's office. Kind of knock on the door. He indicates you can come in, and you find yourself back in his office. Still only has his chair and the two guest chairs, which will leave two people sort of standing or leaning on things in an office which he's done himself the luxury of having the only private office in the business, but he didn't, go to town and give himself a huge space of luxury. It's a relatively small not quite cramped, but not spacious by any means office. It looks like he really did try and reserve as much space as possible for his staff, while making sure he had an office with a door he could close.
Denny will be standing, mostly watching out the window to see if Silas is moving around somewhere.
Absolutely. He kind of plops himself behind his desk, looks at you all. Welcome back. What can I do for you this fine day?
You still have our crates, right?
Of course I do. Gave him a special place in the archives.
Just need to do a little research today. We can
Welcome to
do
it.
that, right? Yeah.
Do you want me to send someone to help you?
Sure. And if we were gonna do a little research on some local characters, do you have any archives that might be good to take a look at?
Depends what you mean. Got the archives of everything researched for the paper. If you're talking about people who have never made the news, I can't help you too much.
Well, we're looking into somebody who seems like sort of a bigwig, but maybe keeping a low profile. So, if you've got an index, we can look through. Maybe we can find some reference to her.
Indeed, I do. Her name is Maureen. He kind of gets up, skirts around the desk, squeezes through everyone, opens the door, and just shouts, "Maureen! Come here if you would!" And you see a young woman, probably early, mid-20s, shortish, roundish, glasses, kind of a frizz of not quite red, but not quite auburn hair, kind of coming up and say, "Yes, Mr. Mahoney, what can I do for you? These fine people need to look through the archives. I've got some questions on some specific sorts of people, some specific events, perhaps. Not entirely certain. But they'll need your help to find it. You give them all the aid you could. Be much appreciated." Maureen kind of cranes her neck, tilts her head around sort of the bulk of Mahoney is occupying the doorway, tries to get a look at everyone in the office. I suppose I can. Have you had a chance to look at my eye? It's on my desk. I'll look at it. Don't you worry about a thing. Please just help them for right now. We'll talk about your work later. Well, okay, but you said you would. I know what I said. And I'll hold myself to it. Please. They need your help right now. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later today. I won't leave until we've talked. Okay, Mr. Mahoney, I'll happy to help. Kind of sticks her head around again. I'll just be out here whenever you're ready. We can head to the archives and I'll help. Very good. Thank you. They'll be out in a minute, I'm sure. Walks back into the office, closes the door behind him, squeezes back between you, and skirts around back to his desk and drops into his chair. Lets out a sigh like he's just climbed four flights of stairs. Well, yes. Maureen. If Maureen can't find it, nothing to be found.
Well, thank you, Maureen. We so appreciate you coming down with us.
She's outside the office right now with the door closed between you and her.
Oh.
He just left her out there and closed the door.
Oh. Well, anyway, you should read her things when she is done helping with us. And also, you should start a style column and have someone help you decorate this office. It's a mess in here. Great to see you again. Bye.
He looks nonplussed for a minute. As I have read her, I'll talk to her. What? Decorate. Why should I care about the inside of a newspaper office?
What? And would you let me know if any of your reporters hear anything about a medium named the Great, whatever the hell his name is, Zamboni, around town?
Do you also give his actual name?
No, just the stage name.
All right. You can see him jotting something down on a notepad on his desk.
He's here for research. He would use his stage name.
If it comes up, I'll be sure to share it with you. Can I ask what your interest is? What should I be looking for?
Oh, he's my business partner and fiance. He would be here researching for some supernatural events for our next book. Because, I'm a published author, remember? I gave you my books, and she...
So you did. Don't need another copy, thank you. Huh? Oh.
Does she see her books in his office, or no?
Give me a spot hidden.
Hidden. They should be out prominently. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. My eyes are blurry. Whoa.
The 23 succeeds. We'll go with your first roll.
So I was gonna push it.
No, you're fine. The first roll would have succeeded. You do. You see your book. It has not been shoved away into one of the cluttered corners of the room or onto shelves. It is on his desk, but it is sort of poking out from under some papers and recent edition of his own newspapers kind of draped across the top, which you can see it. It's not entirely buried. It's there.
All right. She'll just take a second to rearrange his desk to make it look nice and put her book.
What are you doing?
Does
Listen,
not-
why don't you just go? I know where everything is. Don't move it. Why don't you go to the archives? Maureen can help you. I'll talk to her today, as I promised, while you were listening. And I won't be decorating the office. Doesn't need decoration, needs to keep the rain off. It does that. Sometimes it's warm in the winter. Bottle off. Be off with you.
All right.
All right. Smarty pants. But Adele and the doctor probably are going to be better at researching than me.
Yeah, so are we looking for stuff related to murders, Egypt, cults? Like what kind
I
of...
think be looking for any references to Black Pharaoh or what else?
That business lady was super important. I don't know if she'd be in the newspaper, though.
Yeah, that's who I would be looking for in the newspaper archives was Tsar.
Yeah, so names you recognize, anything about Egypt, anything about Carlisle, anything about people disappearing in the van.
What do we want to look at first?
Maybe do the crates first.
Looking for what? Information on what?
Primarily the Egyptian cults, specifically the Black Pharaoh, broadly just Egypt stuff.
Right.
All right.
And then Denny is going to be watching the people in the office, watching to see if there is anybody who's taking any particular interest in us. In his mind, he's thinking about some sort of the potential for some sort of mole or something that would be trying to keep an eye on us in this rather centralized spot that we're attached to.
Okay. All right. Somebody give me a library use roll for the crates and archives. Well, the crates, because there'll be two different. The archives will be different. You have Marine's help for those, but you're pretty good at the crates to begin with. Library use roll for searching the crates for Jackson's research on Black Pharaoh, Egypt.
My library is 56. Anyone's higher?
70.
No.
You say 70?
Yeah.
Let's go for it.
But
You're the doctor.
yeah, that's fair.
Can I help with my lesser library roll and give him an extra die? Oh, you're good.
Yeah. Yes. So, additional rolls you absolutely can help, and it'll decrease the difficulty of what he's trying to do. Cool. So you look through the crates, and you do in fact find his notes on this cult and the murders, but they don't give you any information you didn't already have. Apparently, this information is what he had already talked to Mahoney about. Mahoney had talked to you about when you first came here. What he developed for it, he'd already shared with Mahoney while here. And while discussing the newspaper articles and learning about the number of murders and about Inspector Barrington and some details of the investigation, these notes are apparently what he was taking while talking to Mahoney or gave to him or whatnot to develop that information. I mean, I should add, in a way that Mahoney isn't. The notes convey that Jackson was certain that the cult and the murders were connected. Mahoney appears to be sort of on. He kind of gave it to you as a suspicion, sort of a good lead. Whereas from Elias's point of view, there wasn't a question. It's not a matter of a lead. It's a matter of figuring out how we can prove that they did it because they're doing it.
Mm.
So I guess it's not fair to say he didn't get anything new. Jackson was certain. Mahoney was less convinced. Not unconvinced, but not as
Wanted more for the paper.
Yes.
All right, so then the next thing was
The newspaper, their article archives, see if we can find out anything about Zara. And then if we can't, I don't know if there's somewhere else we could go find out information on her, but let's start here at least.
Particularly information on business partners or who she might be working for, because that's unknown at the moment.
What other businesses she's involved with.
So when you say no additional information and the murders are connected, does that mean we don't need to search about the truck and missing people?
I'll say you don't find anything specific to that truck in the crates.
Okay.
Sure.
I want to make sure that I make a note that we did ask, and the answer was nothing, rather than forget.
Understood. One second, I'm trying to look up. Make sure I get how assistance works correctly. Got it. Okay, so specifically for library use, the way assistance works is everyone can roll, and if anyone succeeds, we go with the best roll, and that will be the level of success for the effort. So it's not even just assisting and adding a die; it's you can make a roll for yourself, and we just need one person to hit some degree of success. So it is, yeah, this is the case where it's encouraged. If you want to help, just everyone who wants to make a roll. It's not going to, critical failure will potentially hurt. But aside from that, it's not going to hurt to make a roll. It just increases the odds that somebody gets high enough for it to work.
Okay.
So you're looking through the archive for Zara. Yeah, so anybody interested, by all means.
Is this in like a closed area, a separate? Like, is Denny still watching the crowds, or?
So you're on the second floor in the archive, which is closed off from the rest of the building internally. It has some windows, but they're more designed to let light in than anything else. They're fairly narrow and kind of that pebbled glass texture. You can't really see through them. They're just to let some light into the room. So it's up to you at that point.
Okay.
How Denny deals with that.
Denny will help then if he's not eyeballing everybody in the office. He'll.
Cool. Then yeah, anybody interested, by all means.
You want to do library?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Hey. Look at me. Book learning.
I think you have the lowest. No, Denny is the lowest.
Yeah.
Something else. Yeah. Yeah, you have the best roll and second lowest.
So I'll tell you what. If you want to spend the luck to get that down to 12, to make it a hard success, you will get additional information.
Heck yeah. Spent.
All right. So, you dig through the archives, and it turns out they do have a small file on her, just as a noteworthy person, so they're sort of ready for an obit or if she makes the news. But it's slender. As far as you can tell, they haven't actually done any pieces on her. So nobody's dug in and done real journalistic research. Just sort of enough to, she's on the who's who list, and they want to be ready in case something comes up. They've got some information not starting from scratch. Not a whole lot. You get a few things real quickly. One, and I don't remember if you know this already or not, she owns a spice shop in Soho called Empire Spices. That's her official business and source of income. The notes do include that she has a connection to the Blue Pyramid Club, and in fact sort of hint at that she's some kind of at least high roller there. Doesn't really delve into what that relationship is, but sort of notes that, along the lines of people tend to, sit up and take notice if she says something in that boom. Like she's at least well respected there, though not much more than that. You learn that she is not native to England. She immigrated here from Egypt. Some time ago, some years back, we'll say 8 years ago, because I can't find the actual numbers, something like that. So immigrated here, started a shop, which has been immediately quite successful. No information on what money or means she used to open the shop. That information is just not here. The additional thing you get from that hard success is Maureen recalls seeing her name elsewhere in the archive attached to somebody else. And she goes and spends some time digging and comes up with it, just a snippet that there is some relationship between Zara and Gavigan. They've been seen working together, conversing, with the implication being, and this is a very small little thing. But they've been seen together in circumstances that make it seem more of a, like there's at least some degree of professional relationship there, either instead of or in addition to a personal relationship. It's not clear beyond that, but there's some degree of they work together on something or other that she manages to find for you elsewhere in the archives.
Who's Gavigan again?
Edward Gavigan of the Penhew Foundation.
Yep.
This is the business card you have for the Penhew Foundation.
And that's linked to the Carlisle expedition.
Right.
That's who we were talking about, linked to the Egyptologist. And Jax and Elias did not get along with him.
How do you spell his name so I can search my notes?
Gavigan.
And what was the name of her business? Empire. Sorry, Empire Spices. Okay, you say
Yep.
it so fast. I can't type that fast.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Anything else we are searching for?
I don't think so. Unless we want to see if anything about Gavigan or
failed attempts at kidnapping.
Is that
If we're-
bundled under the truck that nabs people?
Yeah, if we're just in the mix with generic newspaper stuff.
Yeah, well, if they've got a who's who list, is Gavigan on it? Like, what? Yeah, what do we know about him?
Or you can dig up what you can on Gavigan. Other library use. The doctor squeaking by.
Barely.
Cool, but yeah. So you are able to find some information on Gavigan, and it's sort of similar to Zara insofar as it's more background than news, though it does appear that some small blurbs that from time to time have been in fact written about him. So there's a little bit of detail here. First pass, you learn that he is solidly ensconced as a well-respected member of upper-class London society. Not himself titled, but about as socially respected as possible without holding a title, and certainly more respected than some who do have titles, depending on how they've lived their lives and wasted their fortunes. But he's sort of at that level where at a social gathering, aside from having to address people with the appropriate honorifics, he would be largely on par with at least lesser titled individuals. Wouldn't have to particularly defer to them in a social setting. Again, aside from the appropriate mode of address. His primary accomplishments seem to be in academics. He's a noted scholar of Egyptology. Not terribly surprising to you, given his role as head of the Penhew Foundation. You dig up a little bit on his past. His family had money, but apparently he spent a period of his life without access to much of it due to some kind of disagreement he had with his father. Whatever it was significant enough that his father withdrew his allowance from the family fortune, so he was actually out having to find some way to make money.
Ew.
Yeah, right? Eventually, you see notes indicating that at some point he met Sir Aubrey Penhew. They apparently got on like a house on fire. Spent the next entire portion of his life just attached to Penhew, sort of rising in importance to the Penhew Foundation and potentially in importance to Sir Penhew himself, until it was apparently a strong enough relationship that when Sir Aubrey left on the Carlisle expedition, he named Gavigan to be head of the Penhew Foundation in his absence. Yeah. So, aside from that, the most you find are sort of some social column mentions that he was hosting some kind of function for the upper crust, that he made a sizable donation to some charity or other. Basically, get the impression that he's well respected and beyond that, well liked amongst sort of the London elite. Again, as always, at least the elite, short of flat out royalty, which doesn't get covered here really in connection with anything else at all.
But much more likable than we might have assumed with our understanding of his relationship with our friend who's
Elias.
Elias.
Yep.
Okay. So
Yes.
much likable than we would have expected, maybe.
Yeah. From what you can glean from a few copies of kind of social column stuff and just background research, as far as you can tell without meeting him or talking to people, he seems respected and liked amongst his stratum of society.
Interesting. Well, I think we'll probably still want to avoid bringing up our connection to Elias for now, if we do interact with him, even if he is a good sport.
We'll have to get our story straight before talking to him. If he deigns to talk to us,
Right.
we don't know. He might be too fancy for us. But if we can come with some good Egyptology, something intriguing in the realm of Egyptology, he might want to talk to us.
Who's that's right. So for the Carlisle expedition, there's also he was seeing a psychologist, Dr. Houston. Do we know where Dr. Houston is?
Do not believe you do.
Just in case you want to talk to the guy's psychologist, try and convince him to give away protected health information. Houston talked him into the expedition even. Oh, I think DVD needs to go on a doctor hunt and go bluster
So
at some
who
point.
was seeing Houston? Gavin or Penhew?
Carlisle. Or Carlisle himself. Carlisle's sister Erica doesn't believe he's dead. Roger Carlisle was seeing a psychologist, Dr. Houston. Erica thinks it was Houston that talked him into the expedition.
Okay. For now, do you want to stay focused on the Egypt stuff, and then we can?
Yeah, let's
Branch
stick with
out.
that. But I feel like Houston's going to be pretty important.
Is he even in London? He might be.
We don't even know. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're
But we'll-
welcome to search for him.
I'm just scrolling through to see before we leave the records. I give one last question, but I think
Yeah, at this point, it's not costing you anything to try and dig up information. It's not like, I mean, time is passing. So if you're concerned that you're on some kind of clock, you are spending more time here to do this. But aside from that, Marine is at your disposal, at least for the day. And I will note that what having Marine helping you has done, it has meant you only need regular successes to get information here. Their archiving organization system is not such that you would be easily able to find information here without assistance. They would all be one level higher. You'd need hard successes to get the first level of information from the archives.
okay.
Not from the crates. The crates you're familiar with, so you have no such penalty there, but specifically this paper's archives.
I guess Denny will want to look for, is it Dr. Houston probably? Not Professor Houston or anything like that.
It is Dr. Houston.
Just to see if, I don't know if it's even going to maybe be listed as like advertisers or however,
The yellow pages.
right?
Sure. Yeah, library use from anybody who wants to help dig it up.
Oh,
I think we're all helping. It's one of those things where we're all in different boxes, and then I was like, "Is this it?"
Adele.
Hard success.
Nice. Yeah. So you needed a hard success for this. They do not have a file specific to Houston. They do, because of Sir Penhugh's connection to it, they do have some information on the Carlisle expedition, and Marine is able to kind of track that back to some persons of interest attached and finds a very brief notice, a very brief little blurb about Houston, just buried in information that is unrelated to him, just about Roger Carlisle. Indicating a couple things, some you already know. Psychiatrist 2, Roger Carlisle, that's how he's connected to the story that they've got. Makes mention that he is a noted Jungian psychologist, resident in New York. And the last note is that at the time that this blurb was written, at least, he had relocated to Australia.
Oh,
Good to know.
we need to go to Australia for something, right?
I feel like we did. Don't know.
Well done on that hard success, because that was not easy to dig up.
Hey.
all right. So we know that Houston is in Australia.
Last we heard.
Last we
heard.
So we'll put a pin in that for sure.
I feel like there was something else in Australia, but I forget what. Like
If you want to look for a second, Adele would thank Maureen. You are just an exceptional archivist. So impressed. I'm curious what your story was that you would like Mr. Mahoney to read. I love a good news story.
So real quick, I will note that the existing connection you have to Australia is via Professor Cowles, who gave a lecture in New York that you saw the handbill to, and he is from the University of Sydney.
That's right.
Doctor Who?
Professor Anthony Cowles.
Yeah, I think we tried to track him down. Remember right before our seance. Then yeah, forgot everything else, right? What did I write? That was when we went to Massachusetts. It was the Bat Cult of Australia.
Oh, the Bat Cult. That's it.
Yeah. Disgusting. Yes. Okay.
So you ask Maureen what her story's about, and she is happy to talk to you about it. Please, tell me about your research. She explains that she is researching and doing a story on sort of the shifting economics of transport in London, but her angle is tension between the traditional like hansom cab companies and the new motor car cab companies that are slowly taking over point-to-point transportation within London.
So shifting from horse and carriage to automobile.
Yep. And she kind of goes over it as if it. She explains it to you sort of from the perspective that it is common knowledge that this is a thing that is going on. Everybody's kind of aware that there's a shift going on. There are these competing ways of getting around the city, and the shift towards motorized transportation has been underway for a little while now. But the advent of less expensive, mass-produced motor vehicles has seemed to accelerate it. So she kind of takes that as sort of background information and talks to you at some length about rising tensions between the groups, formation of a union on the new motorized motor car driving cabbies, identifies some incidents that weren't quite like newsworthy violence, but broke out to individual fistfights or kind of standoffs on public streets that didn't escalate to out-and-out violence, but were clearly tense. She's obviously done a bunch of research and on-the-ground investigation of it, and she talks to you for however long you're willing to listen about the places she has been, the things she has seen, and her certainty that the automobile will come out on top, but she's worried that it's going to be a bumpy road to get there, and so forth.
I love a woman with a passion. So let me get this straight. Are motorized cars not that common around London? Like, would it be odd to see a big motorized truck driving around?
Oh, not at all. Not at all. And she thinks for a second, says, it's interesting you ask about the lorry, because I would say, of all the various competing areas where the more traditional means compared to the more modern means are sort of in tension, that kind of transportation of bulk goods isn't one of them. The lorry largely took over for horse-drawn wagons very quickly. It's just so obviously better for maneuvering through London. Well, I mean, first off, you can carry a larger load in a lorry than in most wagons. And I mean, you're obviously familiar with motor vehicles, and you can see that the power plant of the lorry is just much smaller than an 8 or even 10 horse team sometimes required for loads of machinery or to be refined or some of the other bulkier or heavier things that get shipped in and out of London all the time. And an 8 horse team, well, you've seen the city, obviously maneuvering that through London is, well, just a nightmare. So those quickly faded into the past, and the motor-driven lorry took that industry over practically overnight.
So you're saying there isn't one location we could go and ask about motorized lorries?
Oh my, no.
That's a shame. All right. I look forward to reading your story in print. It sounds wonderful. If we ever need your help again, would you be able to assist us with more research?
Well, that will sort of depend. I'm certainly happy to do it, but Mr. Mahoney keeps me pretty busy most of the time. It's only fair. It's work I like. I don't want to make it sound, but most days I wouldn't have this kind of time to simply spend in the archives with people. I'm certainly happy to help. I love digging through this stuff. I think it's fantastic.
Do you just write or do you do boots on the ground? Sort of.
Oh, both. Both. I feel any real journalist needs to do both. You can't just write, then you're just trusting other people to tell you what's going on, and that's just putting your career in their hands. But obviously, if you just spend your time talking to people and collecting information without ever writing it, it doesn't do anyone any good. It has to get into the paper to be seen. So really, anybody in journalism who only does one or the other, I don't feel is really doing the job of journalism.
As she talks about this, Adele will give Lois a look like, do we want her to do some freelance investigating for us? Get another contact?
Let her know that there might be a story here.
Yeah, right? Do we trust her?
I mean, I trust
Nice to have a boots on the ground person.
She seems interested in motor vehicles.
Yes. So, Maureen.
Yeah, let her know. I mean, let's hone specifically in on the kidnappings, the death cult, the club, and Zara.
I don't want her to go to the club and get killed, but like,
I was gonna
No.
say she sounds nice enough to get murdered, so
Yeah,
maybe
no, right?
But we got to give her all the information.
Well,
but
Denny will say.
she can.
Speaking of trucks,
Just tell her to keep
There's
an eye out
been-
for that information.
one of the many things that we're kind of snouting around for is some sort of almost on a regular basis, some sort of snatching or kidnapping that seems to happen, not every day, not even every week, but pretty consistently, like maybe once a month, where a truck is used. If you're out looking at vehicles and talking to folks about who's using what vehicles and what they're trending on, what they're doing, if you could keep an eye out just for that. I wouldn't want you to ask anybody specifically about that or anything of the sort, because the business itself would mean that it'd be dangerous. So I wouldn't want you to get any more involved than necessary. But that is something we're keeping an eye out for.
Understood. I can certainly share with you anything I run across. If you'd like me to, sort of dig into it more, I mean, I would need to, clear that with Mr. Mahoney. I don't if it was going to take away from, my assigned beat. I suppose I could do some investigating on my own time. If you really needed the help.
I'd rather you just know that it's a thing that may be out there, so that if for some reason you bump into it while looking at something else, just let us know and we can do more digging. But you seem like someone who can keep a number of plates spinning, and if you just have that in the back of your mind, that'd be fine.
and we'll bring you, if we get pieces of information we can share with you to help you develop a story, so you could be the one that gets the scoop. If you save information for us, we will save information for you.
Well, that's the kind of deal that every journalist worth their salt leaps at. So you say there have been kidnappings. What do you know about them? Just that they're happening? Do you have anything else? Anything else for me to kind of sort of pick at?
Well,
See what leaks out from under that scab.
I mean, I think we should just level with her, tell her what we know.
well, it seems like it happens maybe once a month, probably in the second half of the month rather than the first half.
Our source is a waitress that works at the club, the Blue Pyramid.
But I would like you to not talk to her because she's already probably in a great deal of danger.
These are legitimately dangerous people.
Yeah, we do not need to spread that around. We don't need to spread the risk around any more than it already is. But yeah, once a month, more or less, generally in the later part of the month, and it likely has something to do with somehow with the Blue Pyramid, potentially with people associated with it. And Denny's going to leave it at that. We've already given her a list of names, and I'm positive she's already basically memorized who we've been looking for. So he's just going to leave it at that so that she can be connecting her own dots. And I mean, she's going to work harder at it without me spoon feeding it to her, I think.
Sure. All right, I'll see if anything comes up, and I'll see if I can dig something up for you, and I'll let you know if I do.
And the group has murdered another totally innocent person.
Right. She's gonna go get blown up in a church. With
No, she's die in a fire in a theater.
yeah, that's what it was. A theater. Sorry. Yep, we've just killed her.
Right. Denny will do some sort of American, like, punch her on the shoulder or something weird.
America.
Be like, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tootsie. Whatever. Like,
That's...
I don't know rural 1930s slang.
You're a real solid broad.
Right.
Real stand-up dame.
Yes.
Golly gumdrop. Yes.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga.
Oh my god! When Matt and I turn off the PlayStation at night, it automatically switches over to like AMC old movies, like black and white John Wayne things, Elvis Presley black and white movies, and just the dynamic between men and women is so icky.
Yeah, because these aren't the ones that have survived that everyone kind of knows about. These are just the movies that were in theaters, and they were, big budget movies, but they were not, Gone with the Wind or The Wizard of Oz or Spartacus. Like, no. These are just movies they made, and it is, they say it's just like classic movies, but it really is just John Wayne and Elvis movies.
Yeah, right? Leering at women.
Yeah. Or explaining that I can't marry you. I'm way too abusive for that. On account of my tooth.
Anyway, cowabunga.
That's not-
Yeah. Which one was it where there was the comedic scene of like John Wayne just dragging a woman through the fields of this, like...
It was Katharine Hepburn too. Yes,
Yeah.
she was a mouthy woman, so he had to go drag her somewhere. Like literally.
Yeah, like in Ireland. Like, to really show
not
her
even,
what's
like,
for.
Picking up and carrying her.
Yeah. Anyhow.
You're right, cowabunga, let's solve a murder. Please don't get so worried.
You leave her a little confused, a little nonplussed, not sure if this is just how Americans are, or if she should be offended or flattered. Kind of just a little bit at sea, but having agreed to look into the matter.
Perfect.
I'm gonna be like, in New York, there's cars everywhere. We don't have all this horse nonsense. London's weird. I can drive real good too.
Thank you, Captain Chicago.
New York.
And yeah, we can take our break here, and you can decide what comes next upon our return in just a little bit.
Cool.
Real quick, did we have a description of Maureen or not?
Yeah, kind of short, kind of round.
That was
Yep.
Ready?
There, right.
Okay.
Right, yeah. Also light on melanin. So if she goes into the Blue Nile Club, or Blue Pyramid, whatever, right after we went in there, it's not going to be good.
Yeah.
Please don't go into the Blue Pyramid. Maureen! Maureen!
All right. Put her full name in the chat, Maureen Whitford.
That's how you spell Maureen?
The double E.
Yep.
Really? Oh, okay.
That's how she spells it.
Oh, I spelled it right.
I
I
thought
know
it was-
how to spell Maureen. Okay.
This is still the era where basically you get to spell it however you want. Nobody really knows for sure if you can be proved wrong. So
Yeah, we're only like 50 years after the invention of the dictionary and the idea that there's a right way to spell things, which I'm still not convinced was a good idea. Like, there's a lot to be said for we know the sounds the letters make, and you spell it so that it reads like it sounds.
I saw
could have
someone.
kept evolving otherwise. Maybe we'd
Yeah.
have better
Which is why our spelling keeps drifting further and further from our pronunciation. We froze the spelling, but language continues to evolve.
I saw a
Makes her sound
video
like she's from the Moors.
reading the
Exactly.
Lord's Prayer in actual 14th century English, and it was something. Because they pronounced every letter in that word.
Because why would you write it down if you're not pronouncing it? What's even
Right.
the point? Like,
And it
the
has
point here is to
been-
represent spoken language.
And there's a French accent to some of the vowels too. But yeah, it was interesting to hear. Because she was a historian. It was her whole thing was the history of language, and she read the Lord's Prayer in 14th century English. Like, oh yeah, I guess that I could sort of understand that.
I love that stuff. That's cool.
Yep.
All right, take
And
a
I'm
break.
curious to see where it goes. Like, how far divorced from spoken language, written language gets. Because it's not wildly off. You can still kind of match them up visually. It's not, most of the time, it's fairly obvious how it's pronounced. But more and more, it's not. Like, silent K's and G's and the whole idea of a silent E at the end of things, like that letter doesn't have to be there.
I thought
GH's,
you were- How far into borscht does it get? I don't know, Matt.
yeah. How far I'm divorced.
But if you look at a different language, I know, like with Italian, and I'm assuming with the other Romance languages, like the spelling is consistent. The sounds make the sounds that are in the letters. Like, if you hear it, you will be able to write it out.
Yep.
So, I don't know if those languages cease to evolve phonetically, or like the sounds.
Don't know. English has been particularly fast because of how much we borrow from other languages.
I was going to
Like,
say,
not enough timeline.
sounds like we need to be less of a melting pot and start standardizing and
It's already a Frankenstein.
stopping
monster,
people from
so.
innovating. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I assume Italian, French, all the Romance languages, and I assume all languages continue to evolve in daily use. I feel like English is on an accelerated timetable since we keep finding other cultures and beating them up in back alleys to steal their words. I'll have that then. Anyhow,
All right.
yes, back in a little bit.
All right.
Sorry, that was really spicy ginger beer. I didn't expect it to be that spicy. I poured it, and then the carbonation fizzed up as it hit the ice, and then I inhaled it, and it hurt.
What brand is this, so I can try it?
It is Kroger brand, like, diet ginger beer. I
Noted.
believe. I was surprised. It is the Kroger Zero Sugar ginger beer.
All right.
I saw it. I'm like, oh, there's a Kroger ginger beer. Oh, I'll try it. It's actually really good. Surprisingly, like, bitey.
I have yet to find a ginger beer that has sufficient ginger for me. And there are good ones, like Reed's is pretty good,
Sure.
but I wouldn't mind more ginger than Reed's delivers.
You'd almost want to juice your own ginger.
Yes. It's really just a question of I don't want to do the work.
Didn't
it'd
a
be
beer
better.
shop in Madison sell root beer and ginger ale kits?
Probably. What's the name of that joint?
The wine and
Wine and Hop Shop. Yep. I think the local brewing supply store around here didn't make it through COVID.
I don't think it did either.
It was also just kind of in an industrial park, so I imagine it wasn't quite the same quality as the Wine and Hop Shop.
I swear it's almost like capsaicin rather than ginger. It's like almost more spicy. But don't breathe it.
What?
Thank you. I wonder if they went heavier on the ginger to try to make up for the fact that it's not sweetened.
Could be.
I mean,
Fine by
it's
me.
artificially sweetened.
Oh, okay.
They had a regular full sugar one too. I just usually buy the no sugar one.
All right. So what's next for our investigative group party?
Well, if we want to catch that truck, it's going to be a few weeks away at least.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any value going to investigate whatever Mr. P, whatever his.
See,
Pembroke.
I think. Well, no, not. I mean, Gap again, right?
Yeah.
I think he's the one to look into next. But I think we need to have a game plan going in, since we're going to be sort of deceiving him as to why we're searching him out.
Hey, do you know Zara? Yeah, that's not. I don't think that's the best route.
Or, hey, you remember Jackson Elias? It has to be from a Egyptology. Like,
Yeah.
You're an expert. We have interesting information.
We could like say, hey, we have some of the stuff. Could you look at it and then slip in some things that we might think he's tied to, and see if there's an reaction elicited.
I wonder if there's something in the crates that would seem legit enough for him to spend, like, to be interested, to pique his interest.
But at the same time, if we bring up something that he's a part of, then we might spook him, or we might have New York all over again, where we've got cultists pulling
Right.
a lot of cars.
Well, maybe. What's the kind of person he hangs out with? The people who are selfish and self-interested and searching for power and insight into the unseen world. I think maybe Adele we could prop you up a bit as, you know, the evil version of yourself who will stop at nothing to gain more insight into the occult.
Well, but remember, he, at least outwardly, seems like kind of a John Candy, like, everybody likes him kind of dude.
Exactly. So maybe it'll be easy to talk to him at first, and then we can cozy up to him and go from there.
He also seems like the kind of guy that you have to schedule him with. You can't just walk in. Maybe we can, though. I don't know. I'm fine with doing that, Nick.
Adele is always open for a good character.
I'm trying to remember, because one thing we could talk to him about is our prior pyramid experience, but I don't remember who was there. Denny was part of the Peruvian pyramid, right?
Yeah, I think it was all of us except for the doctor, because back then it was Wordsworth or whatever his name is.
Wenceslas.
Yeah.
Check your pockets. I'm sure you've got the business card.
I want to reiterate how much I love the name gag everywhere. It's so simple, and I love it. And I love it particularly in a case where you didn't even get to pick the name. That was a pre-gen character for that expedition. So, I love it. I love referring to him as Worcestershire.
But that's something that we could share information with. It's likely to have nothing to do with anything, but be interesting enough that he'd want to talk about it. And then we wouldn't even have to really get into very much other than, like, why are you here?
The Pembroke Foundation, is that we have like a basic understanding of the premise of the business that they conduct? Is it philanthropic? Is it institutional research?
I mean, it's not a secretive, right?
No, not at all. It's the kind of establishment that really can only exist in Great Britain. If their money comes from anywhere other than a founding donation, excuse me, by Sir Aubrey Penhew, it's not clear what that is. It's certainly possible that they've collected grants from interested people or whatever else, but none of this is public information. It was founded by Sir Penhew. It is a center of Egyptological study, but not itself. Like, you don't go there to do research. You don't go there to really do anything. It has funded some expeditions to Egypt. They provided funding for various other bits of Egypt related research.
It's about as philanthropic as wealthy nobility pursuing their own interests, and they just want a club to hang out in.
Exactly. Like I said, it's the kind of establishment that can really only exist in Great Britain post the establishment of the British Empire. This is just a guy with a title, liked Egyptology, decided this is his calling, established this foundation, and it is done legitimately. It's funded a lot of legitimate digs and expeditions. But yeah, as far as you can tell, this is Sir Penhew's thing. all but a private club. And by private, we mean one guy.
Right. Egyptology for the people, except you poors.
Exactly.
The way you're describing it reminds me of, I just put in the chat there, in the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, like one of the beginning scenes, they're in like this club with leather chairs and heads mounted and like these little archaeological knickknacks, basically.
Yep. Very, very much so. The foundation itself, the building that the foundation owns, you believe to have an area for exhibiting artifacts from expeditions, though you haven't heard it really referred to as a museum, and you're not certain that it is a museum in the sense that somebody can walk up and just gain admittance. It may just be where they show it off to the people who are of sufficient quality or interest to be in the foundation. And I don't mean this to sound like, in modern day America, this would sound pretty sus, really. At the time, not so much. This is not that uncommon a thing.
So
You've got a whole class of people with a lot of money and no career. They just have money, and they need to do something with it to be seen as socially valuable or interesting, and this is the kind of thing they did.
there's something in England, certainly London, where even when I was over there, if you were wealthy and owned like art by famous artists, that stuff that was taken God knows how long ago, purchased how long ago, it should be for the people. So someone decided that like once a month or something, you are supposed to open your home up and let people view this art. So when I would go on these tours, like you'd literally just go into these people's houses and like, oh, and here's a Caravaggio, like, cool. They're just in their home because they own it, but they have to display it every so often to allow them to own it. And it's fucking bizarre.
Yep.
That's how it work.
Yep. It's totally in a museum that looks a lot like this person's house because it's not for the people. They own it.
Well, that's
Get
almost
out,
like
you poor.
the opposite of how kings work, though, because when it's just the gentry, or it's just the royals keeping their stuff within them, in their own, it's private collections. No one gets to see it. I think once they realize that they have to have this
Right.
way of getting some of the power back from these people.
Yeah,
Without
you can't
totally operating the system,
Right.
they came to these
But
compromises.
as soon as you're not following the rules, you get to take it back.
Yeah, but these are people the reason they have it is because they have inherited wealth from
Sure.
titles and...
Well, and it's important to bear in mind that the British monarchy, for a very long time, has been shockingly egalitarian and low on power, as long as the only group you're talking about are titled nobles.
Right.
The British king has for a very long time not had a whole lot of authority over the nobles compared to many other monarchical systems. So there's a sense in which it's a shockingly equal society for a monarchy, as long as we don't talk about all the actual people and we're only talking about the nobility. At that level, it's really surprisingly fair for a society that legitimately has a king that is a ruler. And by this point in history, with Parliament well established and the king having very little authority comparatively, yeah, it's all just social rules. And one of the social rules is, you at least have to be seen, since nominally you've got all this money from owning this land, and you're supposed to be caring for it and taking care of the people. That's why you deserve the money. You've got to do something with it aside from just have it, so you make a foundation to fund Egyptology.
Right.
Because, I can't just keep all the money. That wouldn't be... Then I wouldn't deserve the money. So instead, I'll just keep my foundation... Yeah.
But they came up with all these different systems and rules. They watched their empire contract and watched revolutions happen and watched other kings and nobles get murdered, and they came up with a lot of like ways to
it adds resiliency,
soften that
by spreading out that power.
And they're still around,
so you don't have one guy that you have to get spread out over a big group, and the whole group wants to keep things the way they are. All right.
So
and that's what this is. This is not an abnormal, as I'm describing, I'm realizing how weird it sounds, but it's not in this context. It's a totally normal thing. Not an everyday thing, because most people aren't in that position. But the people who are would do things like establish foundations or fund massive shipping excursions to some new place. Like, yes, you should discover Antarctica. Here's an enormous pile of money to fund your expedition. Because what else am I going to do with it? Like, yeah.
Right.
Queen.
So, I mean, isn't that how the Royal Society started? I mean, it's just like, we're a bunch of want a bunch of time and money on, I don't know, like dissecting dogs or something.
But everybody has to be somebody. They have to be the person who's the dog person at the party, or the
Sir Edmund Hillary is the mountain guy. The queen's gonna give him money to go climb a mountain.
Or you could just be the person at the party who's quite dull, but he's very rich.
Right. Doesn't really
making up for the fact that he's not useful by way of providing all the money for everything. Yeah, it's all just social games.
And I bet they could give each other medals and
absolutely
all the time.
A lot of bat packing, I'm sure.
Absolutely. So yeah, Penn Foundation, being the sort of thing it is, you know what, probably they do have public exhibitions every so often, but it's certainly not a walk up to the front door and have a suggested donation to enjoy the museum. Like, no.
Having cool shit isn't fun if you can't show it off.
So I imagine there actually are
we can have a
occasional, we invite the public, as long as it's the right sort of public, in to view the exhibition, but most of the time you need a reason to be there.
You could have like a whole academy that they would give out awards once a year, just to.
Yeah. I'm wondering if there's like artifacts or some sort of written something that are in these crates that we could kind of use as our key of entrance. Hey,
I wonder if there's something in the Penhew Foundation that we can use.
Yeah, we'll do a little swap.
I mean,
style.
I'll ask you to get in.
Like showing, like, hey, we have this neat thing. Do you want to take a look at it? You guys are so smart and rich.
Mm-hmm.
How likely would they, like people in the Penhew Foundation, be familiar with American royalty? Like, there's the Rockefellers and the Woolsworths or whatever.
I don't think they think very much of them.
If we dress up the doctor and pass him off as the next Rockefeller, and he comes in with an artifact that interests them, are they going to welcome him in and give him a smoking jacket?
They like money.
You never know. I mean, game recognized game, so
he's the fanciest of them.
It's possible that a Carnegie or a Rockefeller is noteworthy enough, but at the same time, it's not. I mean, ultimately, it is, of course, all about the money, but nominally, it's not about the money. It's about social standing, and there is, in the minds of the title gentry, a fundamental difference between people who just made a lot of money and people who have titles.
But
and there's a certain, in fact, resentment for the, less so at this point, but it's not that far in the past, there's a certain resentment for the merchant prince, the working people that managed to make a lot of money, which is what you see in like the Regency era and Downton Abbey and all the social rules that are designed to make it hard to be a part of that social class just by having money. you have to know the right people and know which fork is which and be in the right book and know how to fill out the dance card and all that shit. That all comes down to we've made all these esoteric rules so that some guy who just has a lot of money can't walk in and feel like he belongs here.
In a giant cowboy hat with his whatever tie, made out of a rattlesnake.
Like Paul Giamatti's character in Downton Abbey. I don't know if you remember that.
I do not. I'm going
Yes.
based on hearsay
Oh,
and seeing like 2 episodes.
he's got money, but he's American.
Never got all the way through.
I'll
But
note
yeah.
that my fast talk is very poor. I've got a decent persuade, but I may not be. One, my credit rating's low, so we might want to go with you or Denny if it's
Now we-
money that they care about.
We do have a connection. I mean, we can say that we were providing spiritual services for Erica Carlisle. That's a name they're going to know. I don't know if that's smart or not, but we can say that's the beginning of our interest in the occult, and
There was-
go from there.
Hold on. There was a lot that happened in that seance, and I'm trying to remember exactly who was there. There were a couple of guys that got toothpaste tubed, but was she there?
Yes.
Mhm.
It was.
Oh, yeah.
It was her and her
Well,
bodyguard, you guys,
lawyer.
and a monster.
So I'm certain she has a lot she could say about us, since we almost killed her with a magic trick.
Yeah.
But it could be a testament to
I mean, yeah.
I don't think
Adele's, like spiritualism.
so. I don't think she was a big fan of Carlisle, her brother's whole expedition, his friends. I don't think she liked any of it. And so these guys may not like her very much either. So if we can be like, yeah, we almost killed her with a space snake or something.
If we go in saying that we want to start an Egyptology foundation in America as well, and we want to learn from them because they're so smart and great and awesome.
Yeah, and I mean, Denny has money, but he doesn't lie or like charm anybody. Like he is not good about that. So if Denny was going to be doing that, he would be going in pretty straight shooting, and would lean heavily on what have we done, and then leaving things out isn't quite the same as trying to trick anybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mechanically, by and large, not saying things generally doesn't require a roll.
Mhm.
Unless they're potentially things that the person already thinks you probably know, But by and large, not talking
Right.
doesn't call for a roll very often.
Okay, so I'm going back to our notes from just after the seance where we were looking through the library and we read books and some of us went a little crazy.
Yeah.
Denny read a book about the worship of some god, Satvaga. And there was a sign of an inverted broken ankh, which is an Egyptian life sign. I don't know if that's something we could use. There were spells there. So I don't know. Do we still have that book? We borrowed them indefinitely, is what.
And I thought we brought them with so we could learn the spells while
Yeah.
going overseas.
Yeah.
Adele learned a spell.
So that's the one that Denny read. Lois apparently read a book about the Brotherhood of the Black Pharaoh. So it was a diary by Crampton, a priest of the Brotherhood. So, and then I went crazy and was gone for 3 hours. So we might want to go back to.
Were you the one who was gone, or I thought DVD?
I only was gone for 3 hours.
Oh, right. And DVD was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
full
runs
day
the
or
week
so.
on 9 hours and came back with no money.
Yeah. Oops.
His stuff doesn't seem to be as relevant, but I think Denny's broken ankh thing might be something that can tie into Egyptology that we can bring to them. And I think Lois might need to go back to the book that she was reading
You can
because
also play on the whole
about this.
can also play on the whole pyramid angle, since you guys went down to Peru, the three of you.
Connection between the Egyptian pyramids and Mesoamerican.
Talk about that experience. I'm sure that'll be a nice segue into the
I
spiritual.
wrote a book about it. They might have my book.
Anyways, so my next step would be to go back to those books that we have somewhere.
Yeah,
I
no,
also
I like.
still have this African throwing knife. That might be an interesting something to flash in conversation to see if we get any sort of reaction.
Yeah,
But especially the book about the Brotherhood of the Black Pharaoh, because that is what we're investigating right now.
but also that could be what we're like walking into the living room of too. I mean, we want to be careful about that. That I was thinking bringing stories from Peru doesn't put us in position to lose anything.
Mhm.
Us bringing maybe one of those, you've still got that wacky sword, right, Doc?
Yes. There was a sword, which is different from the throwing knife. It is.
Or the throwing knife would be even better because we could just have that wrapped up in a towel, and we can ask them questions about some things that we have questions about, and then also share some information about a different excursion.
I do not have that sword. That sword was from Peru, and I believe Wentworth had it. I thought.
Oh.
I think it was like that. It was that old fat vampire guy that his old sword.
Okay, I think I was thinking of the throwing knife, the weird shaped thing. But yeah, that might have some ties to the people we're talking to, but maybe not.
I mean, if we present ourselves as another group of well-funded explorers, just like them.
But none of that would involve lying, is the thing.
Yeah.
So then we're not really at any risk. And if they're just disinterested, then they know we exist, but otherwise we haven't given them the book that they've been killing people trying to find, or some other, like, we don't want to be in a position to lose anything to them either. Well, they may be helpful, I don't know, but
maybe we just go to the books that we had, make some notes, and bring that. I don't want to bring an ancient tome full of spells.
Right.
We can have some partial spells just so it looks legit, but we can copy some notes. But now Lois remembering that she blacked out a little bit after reading a book about the Black Brotherhood is like, the Black Pharaoh. Like, I think we need to find our books. We can write down some notes and have some interesting things to bring to the Foundation.
So maybe the next thing we do is we go back to the hotel and kind of prep to then maybe approach this place. And we may not get in today, but at least attempt to set up some sort of meeting with them. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah. And remind me, reading these books, it was all failed sanity checks that caused us to go off our rockers.
I think so.
Seems like it.
And we never revisited the books because we were all shaken about the...
Yeah, we never did.
Yeah.
That might be something that we want to... There might be something in there that's helpful that we just...
We may want to do that like in shifts.
Yeah, yeah. We need it's like a mushroom trip. We need somebody like supporting the person.
Right.
Yeah. Tie something to your ankles just in case you go wild. You can't jump out a window.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I like this plan. Do it.
All right, so let's
remember these are Carlisle's books, right? And these are people who know Carlisle.
Right.
Just have to keep that in mind.
And we can tell them where we actually got to see them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We were.
I kind of like mentioning that we did a seance for Erica Carlisle. And she was very impressed with the veracity of our claims.
It's a very intense session.
Yeah. She can vouch that we are not full of shit.
Maybe word has come back to them and we can just be like, yeah.
Yeah, don't let them in. They're fucking crazy. They will toothpaste your guards.
And at the same time, if we wanted to go this route, you could set up something similar as an exhibition or something in their foundation. And if we wanted to, while that's happening and people are distracted, somebody who has some fast fingers can go and pick locks or look at this, that, or the other in whoever's office. If we wanted to do that.
Adele is good for bluster, not so much picking locks. Although she has 11 in locksmith.
Well, it's 10 better than Denny, so
Yeah.
Same.
Right on my list.
probably better.
Cool. Okay. So we're going back to the hotel then and
21.
prep
Yeah,
it.
we gotta fancy ourselves up. You need more velvet smoking jackets.
All right, so Cicely, you want to review your book,
Mm-hmm.
take notes. Denny will kind of keep an eye on her while jotting down an outline of topics that are safe yet interesting.
Sounds good.
I think the doctor probably has to get some better clothing. He's just got travel clothes right now.
Didn't you all do a
I thought so.
shopping expedition?
We did.
We did a full round.
Okay.
So I think Denny's the only one that actually ruined his clothes. So
And Adele would be coming in with like fancy seance clothes because that is her bag. So
The doctor can help look over the book and support Lois.
well, and the doctor has his book too that we'll want to like swap off.
The doctor has a book?
The doctor has a hell of a book, apparently.
I don't think that one's
Crazy.
relevant to this,
Not
though.
maybe not as relevant. Yes.
I think we should focus. If you're not reading a book, maybe you should be making sure that, you know, those of us who are reading books' heads don't explode.
Yeah, I'll run support.
Sounds good.
All right. So remind me the title of the book you've got.
Denny has Livre de Onus, Livre de Onus.
Okay.
And then Lois has Crampton's Diary of, it just says, oh no, it's Life of a God. This is the name of it.
Got it. Okay.
all it says is if someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
Yes.
Now, Matt, just before anything gets started, I do have, what is it? On my sanity screen, I do have Bout of Madness selected still with daily 5 of 17.
Oh, you should be able to clear that. Let me take a look at your sheet real quick.
I don't know how you clear
You'll
that.
no longer be having a bout of madness.
Reset.
Yeah, one sec. It's going to be... I do this. Thought you had...
Isn't there
Yes,
something-
hit the reset button on your sanity box.
Isn't there something permanent that you got on the ship?
Hmm?
When we were on the ship coming over, I thought Denny got a permanent sanity thing that happened to him.
Your finger's gone.
Oh yeah, he has no memory between boarding the ship and basically the ritual.
Hmm.
I forget exactly where the cutoff was, but at some point, yes, he developed amnesia for a block of time from right before getting on board the ship to then.
Gotcha.
All right. So back in the hotel. We're
Pop it open.
sitting together, jotting down notes, chatting about how we're going to handle this.
Yep.
All right. So who do you want to start with? We're gonna do life as a god.
Sure.
All right. So I need you to make where's what I'm looking for here. You already did that. You already took the sanity hit for it. So
I think I'm just trying to get information out of this one at this point.
yes. Okay. So you already took the sanity hit. You don't have to worry about the sanity again. We will increase your mythos by 2, which will decrease your sanity by 2 of necessity.
Do I do that manually?
If you increase your mythos by 2, sanity will adjust automatically.
So you unlock the
Yeah, I'd have to do that.
screen.
Yeah.
Okay, that works.
This will complete the initial reading. A full study would be a 10-week effort for this book, but you can complete the initial reading just by browsing it. You paid the sanity, so what you're holding in your hands is the only copy of a diary by the English artist Crompton, who went to Egypt in 1805 and became a minor priest of the Brotherhood of the Black Pharaoh. By the time he wrote this, he was completely insane. Most of it is on the verge of or just the other side of incoherent. It's liquid madness being poured directly into your ear through your eyes. What you can pull out with confidence is he describes all manner of horrifying things done in the name of the Pharaoh of Darkness. Murder, torture, violence of all sorts. Just it's no good. Picture any pulp movie you've seen with dark cults doing horrible things in dimly lit caves, and he'll have done some of that. It also describes what he refers to as the hidden throne room in a place called the Bent Pyramid.
Sounds creepy.
Mm-hmm.
And that is all you can get from this book, at least at this point. So mechanically, there are 2 levels of reading Mythos tomes. You've got the initial reading, which you've just completed, and that is a browse of it. Then you can take a second crack at it and do a full study of it, which takes much longer. In this case, for this book, it's 10 weeks. And then if the tome has more to offer, you'll potentially get it that way. Subsequent readings offer a lower chance of getting less additional information, but you can read tomes more than once if it seems worth it.
Okay. I'll probably I guess put it on my bedside table, just like
Light reading.
right before bed.
And puts me to sleep like torture and dimly like
I would consider this to be a cute Easter egg in Baldur's Gate. When you're in a bookseller's shop, you can go up to her home, and on her bedside table is one of the books that is clearly smut. It's called The Butler's Cane, has a knob on it.
The lusty Argonian maid.
Yeah. Like quality reading choice, ma'am.
All right, that's book number 1 of 3 or 4.
Yep.
Who's up next?
I suppose
Ben?
I will be.
Yep.
Which book is this?
Good question.
I don't know if it's relevant to this stuff here, but it's the Prakodic manuscripts. It's ancient pre-human civilizations, Atlantis and stuff.
Because
I don't think it has.
the French one, Selections de Livre Divion,
That one
is the
has
one
some
that
Egypt
Denny
connection.
read, and I think that went pretty smoothly. Like, I don't think much happened.
Okay.
From what I remember. So I think the doctor's book is the one we're interested in.
No, Denny's book is what we're interested in.
Okay. But I think I read it and I didn't go crazy and everything. We got everything.
I know,
from it.
we just wanted notes from it that seemed Egypty enough to bring to this dude.
Sure. Got it.
Lois wanted to read her book because she just remembered, hey, cult of the Black Pharaoh, and that's exactly the cult we're looking for.
Right.
And the reason why we're looking at your book is because they have an Ankh, and that seems Egypty.
Yeah. So we'll do.
I don't think the doctor's book about Atlantis has bearing on this cult, or on this fancy lad Academy of Egypt. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they'll like it, but
I'm going to call it that in the notes.
I think your book probably has a better chance of gaining their interest if it's Egypt they like and not pre-human stuff.
All right, Denny's book next then.
All right.
In the notes.
All right, so which one do you have?
The French one. I think you put it in chat. Selections de Livre.
Got it. Yeah, so I think the problem you had was you couldn't read it because it's in French. And
Well,
you didn't succeed on a French roll.
I feel like
know
I
French.
feel like I did because my French is 57 now instead of 50.
Oh.
I thought I did succeed on that.
Oh,
I remember it being sort of uneventful, which was nice compared to what was happening.
sure.
I mean, you were able to get from it that it was the worship of Thisbaga.
That's right. All right. All right.
There were spells, and there was enmity between Hatzlutza and Nodins. Don't know what those are, so it's a good time to go back and revisit, I guess.
Bone up on it.
Yeah, so on a second reading, you can refresh yourself on the information you already got from it, which Cicely has just recapped, and I can recap again. A deeper study will be a 36-week effort.
Okay. Well, let's not do that.
But let's copy down some of
Yep.
the stuff that
Denny
looks
will
Egypty.
copy down some notes about this god doesn't like that god, some of the basics.
Yep.
And then
So it's the closest thing that you've got in this world to a spell book. Basically, it's mostly spells and treatises on practical magic. Though it does all the spells and treatises are part of an overall focus toward the worship of Tsathogawa, which I would like to thank Mr. Lovecraft for deliberately trying to make unpronounceable names.
Nope.
It does contain sketches in the borders of the inverted broken Ankh, the symbol of the Brotherhood of the Black Pharaoh, and does touch on the enmity between Pazluza and the deity known as Nodens.
In this chat, please. Worship of Saga.
So Denny will jot down some notes about maybe we'll be able to tell them about in some of the sketches of sketches and
What?
copies of copies that we've seen, there have been things like inverted Ankh
No, I already have some tables on too.
and
Put your line.
references to Nodens and Pazluza. And we're just interested in finding out more. I think that's probably going to be good for that interaction.
Are Pazluza and Nodens gods?
Seems like it. Probably.
Nodens is referred to as a deity in the text.
But Pazluza could also be like a country or a tribe. I mean, we can skirt around some of that and just stick to Pazluza hate Nodens, or Nodens hate Pazluza,
And it has pictures of an inverted Ankh.
which is the symbol of the Black Pharaoh.
Pharaoh.
The inverted broken Ankh, yes.
Oh, okay. Inverted. So we should be on the lookout for that sign as we.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, if they're insane enough to have something like that on the sign or whatever, that'll be a reason to stop in.
Does it say what the gods like? Are they the gods of something? Or are they just? I don't know how this universe works. It's just general.
Saguthoa is a eldritch horror that wants to eat the world. So
And so
that's
what's your mythos rating?
Well,
Well,
I could be rolling that.
You can roll mythos and see if you can derive anything else from the information that's been pulled.
Nope.
is this something that we can all roll after he like? Are you saying
Sure.
he's okay?
Sure.
Yes.
I am not finding mythos on my sheet. Where is that?
It's in your skills in the leftmost column, I think.
Oh, Cthulhu. I was looking for M.
Ah, sorry, Cthulhu mythos.
We're all rolling.
Oop.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Still probably a little gun shy from book experiences. So,
Yeah, you don't know.
but those are questions we can ask them if we can get access. So we just have to be careful about explaining how we've found these.
Is that all the information that we wanted to
It-
bring to the table?
Yeah, we can say these are we books that we saw at Eric Carlisle's house when we were hobnobbing with rich people there.
It could be. Yeah.
Cool. Is that all we need to do before we head over there and try to tail wag, chin wag, whatever?
You gotta look the part. I mean,
Yep.
so we went shopping. Did we get clothes that are appropriate for this location?
I think we got some. I know we got some fancier clothes
Yeah, and I think
for the
as
just in case.
interested gentlemen, I think we're alien enough in that we're clearly not British, but we are showing the effort of not being just bums showing up in overalls or cowboy hats and elaborate chaps.
Well, that's what Adele is going to show up, but it's context appropriate.
Yes, exactly. But it's as far as two American dudes showing up, I think we're fine. because we're not looking like we're trying to show off, but we're also not trying to like lie about who we are. I don't know. I think we're safe.
The closer we can state the truth, the better.
Yes. And then
We just have to remember not to mention Jackson.
don't mention Jackson.
And if we're asked about him, we've heard of him, but.
And also don't like if we show up with one of the books or say we have one of the books, it's possible they would just shoot us there and go and get it from wherever we said we were living or whatever. Like the books need to really be kept on the down low.
Maybe we should bring the books over to the newspaper.
You just not tell them where we're staying.
I mean, that place is easier to find than one of the however many hotels are in London.
I feel like rich people can figure out what room you're in. Remember what happened to our friend Jackson Elias?
Who? I'm ready.
We can have the newspaper file them under like B for books. And then
D for dog show.
Top men.
Top men, exactly. Get those filed away permanently. But then we also run the risk of her just reading them and becoming worthless as well.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I feel like we could warn her and.
She's a journalist. I feel like.
I was gonna say, make sure you don't read any of this text because.
Or we just bring it straight to Mickey Mahoney. Be like, we need you to keep this safe. People will.
We can just put it with all the rest of Elias's stuff. I mean,
yeah.
That's already sort of at risk. So we may as well put all of our eggs in that basket, right?
Sure. Or we take him to a safety deposit box at a bank. I don't know. But I feel like if they put 2 and 2 together and figure out that we may have the books that Carlisle had.
All right. Somebody needs to tattoo the entirety of the text onto my back.
But if we have notes, we can say that these are notes that we got by
York.
going and visiting her in New York.
Yeah.
So.
Cool.
All right. Now the other question is when we go over there to see them. I think we're probably approaching evening at this point, right?
Yeah.
So you'll have most of the regulars already there, hopefully drinking. That's not a bad time to show up, right? Try and get somebody's interest.
Mm-hmm.
There will probably be some sort of good sport somewhere willing to listen while they drink.
Good. It occurs to me, also be prepared that Lois and Adele can't enter.
Well, now, to be clear, this is not like a club that way. This is not a men's club. It's not a social gathering place. It's also not exactly a business or a school. It's kind of its own thing. It's a sort of place that visiting scholars might go to meet and discuss. They will have some facilities for doing reading or some kind of investigatory work. But it's not like you're going to walk into a room of overstuffed chairs and cigar smoke. It is more academic than that.
Okay, so there's no girls allowed sign on it.
Right.
No. Because it is very much a invite only. Makes it sound posh in a way, not necessarily, but it strictly is an invite only kind of thing. You only go in there if you have business there. It is not by design a social gathering place any more than your average office is a social gathering place. Like, socializing goes on there. In fact, a lot of socializing goes on there, but that's not why it's there or how you get in.
Do we need to secure an invite before we can go there? Or are we going to go there and just be like, hey, you want to meet us?
I don't know if there's a way to get an invite at this point.
I think we should just go and introduce ourselves and ask to talk to whoever the most important person is.
Anyone who might have any information about things that we're trying to find out more about.
We're just dumb Americans who don't know how things are done here anyway.
But we've been some places and done some things, so.
All right.
Straight to the front door then.
I'm going to
Cool.
make sure I have my cigarette in a long cigarette holder, so it's extra fancy.
So, you make your way, presumably via cab, to Tottenham Court Road in central London. Find yourself a bit north of Oxford Street, just west of the British Museum, in front of a high Victorian building. Looks like it doesn't have. So it only has 2, at least above ground, stories. But based on the window placement, it looks like those stories are high ceilinged, notably high ceilinged, compared to the neighboring buildings. There's a high iron fence, wrought iron, square barred, pointed things on top. You know the type. Around the building, both front and back. Though, yeah, you get here around probably 5:30ish. The gate at the front is open. You can see a white graveled walkway leading up to a double door up a short flight of marble stairs with a little landing at the top. And there is a person standing in front of the door in sort of a doorman's uniform, basically.
All right, I'm not the fancy one. I shouldn't be doing the talking.
Yeah.
Adele.
DVD, I think you're better.
He's got the fancy, but I think Adele has more of the
Charm
yeah.
or persuade.
So, me and Lois can be the goons behind the face.
Yes. I'll sit here looking pretty. You too.
Yes. Okay. So we'll go up and oh gosh. Is he like outside the building or is he at an actual desk?
He's outside the building. He's standing on the landing in front of the door.
All right. Adele has on her fanciest fringe scarf and all of her cuckoo for Cocoa Puff silver jewelry and bangles and shit. Let's walk on up. Oh, you see, everyone? This is the place I was talking to you about. I bet they could tell us everything we want to know about pyramids, and they would love to hear about our experience with pyramids. Let's go in. She's just gonna like try and walk like she belongs there.
So you walk up the steps. You see the doorman as you're approaching pull a watch out of a pocket and flip it open, look at it briefly, snap it shut, tuck it back in his pocket. Grasps the door handle and pulls the door open for you. And as you approach, says, "Welcome to the Penhew Foundation. Please note that these doors will be locking in 5 minutes as we are about to reach the end of our normal business day. But until then, welcome," and sort of gestures into, you see there's a, well, we'll get to it in a second.
What time is it?
Almost 5:30.
Maybe we can persuade someone to let us stay after hours.
Oh, 5 minutes. We were hoping to talk to some of the other members here and share our knowledge about the occult and pyramids. This seems like
I'm
a place to
sure
do
I
it.
can't help you with that, ma'am.
Who can?
Please step inside. The gentleman inside will be a better person to talk to.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
You're very welcome, ma'am.
All right. So,
So you go in through the doors and you see in front of you a front desk, but a front desk taken very literally. This is a dark, highly polished wood desk befitting an executive office that sits in the middle of a rectangular room. You can see on either side of you. So you walk in because you came upstairs and up a landing. And you walk in, and the building extends out back behind you now, as it extends past those stairs. So you can see little hallways that extend to your right and left, back to rooms at the front of the building, and a long hallway ending another door at the far end behind the desk. And a thin gentleman at the front desk, long hooked nose, thinning black hair slicked back, little half moon spectacles on the end of his nose, dressed impeccably in a black suit, sets his hands on top of a ledger that he's got in front of himself and looks up as you enter and says, "Welcome to the Penhew Foundation. How may I be of service?"
Miss Dumbledore. You have the voice and everything. Yes. Hello. We were hoping to talk to some of your Egyptology experts. We have so much to talk about.
I see. Have you made an appointment?
No. Is that a problem?
Well, under other circumstances, perhaps not, but as we are closing in a matter of minutes at this point, I'm afraid without an appointment, I am unable to help you. I can recommend you call for an appointment. You can call the main number, assuming you have access to a telephone, of course.
Yes. We're not a poor.
My apologies, ma'am. Of course not. You can simply call the main number, and you will be able to talk to the foundation secretary, who should be able to schedule or arrange any sort of meetings, appointments, visits, exhibitions, etc., as appropriate.
All right, we'll do that. Can we have a quick look around then before you close?
He makes a big show of pulling his watch out of his pocket, clicking it open and looking, clicking it shut. I suppose there are 2 minutes remaining. The stairs to my right will lead you up to the main exhibition hall. Please be quick, as we close at 5:30 sharp.
And when do you open in the morning?
8 a.m.
Okay. All right, I guess just run through and see what we're working with.
Yep.
And do more research and come back with more information in the morning. Yeah, we're just gonna you
See if
take north, east, southwest, one in every cardinal direction.
See if we see any people, and if we see any people, we can drop the name. What's his face? Name.
Carlisle?
No, Grimsby. Is it Grims? No, that's not the right person. Who's the jerk that Elias hated? Gavigan.
Yeah.
Sorry. Are you Gavigan? Are we looking for Gavigan? You know, that sort of thing.
What were you saying, Jake?
Front desk?
What?
Were we not able to make an appointment at the front desk?
We talk to the secretary.
Yeah, this gentleman cannot.
Okay.
Or says he can't, at least.
Right.
So you see just a marble staircase off to your left, this gentleman's right, that leads upstairs. The only other things you see in here, if you glance back towards the front, you can look back and see just open doorways into rooms that have, looks like a couple relatively small but nice desks and some seating in them. Around this desk, you've got a couple closed doors on your right, one closed door on your left, along with the staircase. And then down the hallway beyond this desk, it's long enough you can't get a positive count because it's seeing the doors is kind of at an angle, but you see several doors along the left-hand side and 2 doors along the right-hand side of that hallway, along with a door at the far end.
Any signs of the Brotherhood, that broken Ankh thing?
Give me a spot hidden roll.
Adele would have also made a note of that doorman's name, the guy that told us to make an appointment.
His name is... Ooh, Jesus.
Crap.
Doctor. Get to that in a second.
I wasn't even gonna roll. I shouldn't even anything.
What you doing?
I have to change his name now because it was Albert. And after your Dumbledore comment, I refuse for it to be Albert. So it will instead be Bertrand. Which I now have to write down.
Basil?
Remember that his name is Bertrand.
I'm going to make it Albert in the notes. Albus.
Excellent.
Dumble Bertram.
His name is Bertrand, but all his friends call him Albus.
For obvious reasons. All right, so where are you trying to... So you're just still in the lobby looking for anything obviously suspicious like the broken Ankh?
Denny would have expected when we go upstairs that there would be like glass cases or something to like look at, like a museum. I mean, he's been to a museum before, so he was sort of expecting that.
Okay. So the doctor also looks around to see if there's anything suspicious. And before anybody can begin to make it upstairs, the doctor has slyly tried to look through and under some papers on this gentleman's desk, thinking that he is distracted by his conversation. Unfortunately, in so doing, you do slip a little bit, and the papers shift, and somehow manage to bump into an inkwell on the table, which promptly falls over and just pours ink across the top of this highly polished, probably valuable antique desk. And it runs to the far edge and begins to drip on the floor. And Bertrand shoves himself back in his chair, startled, as ink drips down and just looks up at you. And you can see his obviously normally placid demeanor turn angry as he begins to just turn red from the collar up. You can see it just climbing up his face as he looks at his desk and looks at you and just sort of splutters out, "We're closed. Leave."
Shit. Yeah, the doctor will immediately like grab his arm like something's wrong with it. Like, oh, apologies, and like try to help, but not gonna help. He's just
Oh no, his
slowly
heart
back-
condition.
His war injury.
His weird fingers. It makes him bad at things. Oh, I apologize.
He
Everybody's
fought the
so-
Hun. He's a hero. How could you?
and I slowly back away, start walking. Did that basically cancel out everybody's spot hidden opportunity?
Unfortunately, this does prevent anybody from doing anything more thorough. I will say insofar as those just cover sort of glancing around the entryway, taking a look around while this conversation is going on. In that initial area, at least, you don't see anything obviously suspicious. It's an opulently decorated space in a way that you only get from private funding showing off, really. Marble, dark wood, cut glass, cut crystal, fine leather furniture,
Ink.
beautiful,
And
obviously expensive rugs in places on the floor. Just not anymore. Just an obviously made to show kind of place without being nouveau riche. It's not ultra, it's not gaudy. Just everything that is there is the best of what it could be. But that's all you really get to see before a brief incident leads to the end of your, at least, initial visit to the Penn Foundation.
All right.
Come on, Grandpa, let's get you home.
Damn. Okay, so we'll come back
Cool.
tomorrow, presumably.
Yeah.
Maybe a call first thing in the
Yeah.
morning.
Albus specifically told us to make an appointment, so
I'll make sure I'm not the one calling.
yeah.
We're different Americans.
So yes, you are outside in the heart of downtown London. It's just before 5:30. As soon as the last of you gets through the door, you hear a solid as the door locks the instant it's closed.
How many windows are on the ground floor?
On this front side, you can see 4, 2 to either side of the main entrance.
Any alleys that have a window? Or a door?
Not alleys exactly, but there is space between the fence and the building on either side.
I'm gonna sidle in there and see if I can peek in the windows.
Sure. So, on the ground floor, on the left-hand side, there is a row of... So on the left-hand side, there are 2 windows towards the front, then a little break, then a row of 7 windows that lead essentially all the way to the back of the building.
Are the lights out inside?
Looks like it. You're not seeing light coming out the windows. Well, aside from the frontmost one. So that first one, there's still light spilling out. The others look dark.
Is the window in a place where I can see if it opens?
Sure, it's just on the ground floor. It's right in front of you.
Does it open?
So you're going to which window? The first one there? Or further down?
Further down where it's darker.
All right. You go to the first dark window, attempt to just lift it. It doesn't immediately open. It looks like it's a single hung window, but it appears to be latched.
How bad do we want in?
I mean, we're gonna get in tomorrow, so
Yeah.
I'm not super worried.
It's probably a little early to break in.
All right.
We could do the same process as we did with the what the hell is that place called? With the dead people downstairs in New York, where we basically come in, we take a look. If there are things that are suspicious, we come back after hours and do a little
Or
B&B.
hide until after hours.
Yeah,
Right.
there you go.
Hide in a bathroom. Okay. Well, now I got a whole evening. Do I gotta go to a pub and drink?
Some of that famous English
Well,
cuisine.
We could also just keep an eye on if there's new people arriving now that it's closed, if there are people showing up to it, maybe
Sure. Is
Maybe
there
for a little bit.
a pub nearby? I mean, it's London, right? There's got to be a pub across the street.
Yeah, you can absolutely find a pub nearby.
Is there a window that overlooks the street so we could get a window side seat and watch.
Give me a straight luck check.
Luck is at the top, yes.
Nice.
Yep. There's a pub right across the street, and it's got an enormous picture window at the front with just a couple booths right there that look out over the street.
And there's a sale on fish and chips even. Look at that. All right, let's go stake it out.
As you walk down the gravel path towards the front gate, you see a gentleman, kind of a big guy, 6'3", 6'4"-ish, burly, dark-skinned, big, thick mustache, thick, dark hair, combed to one side. And it walks up the path in your direction, and you can see he is wearing what is clearly the uniform of some kind of security guard. He stops just inside the gate and gives you a bit of an odd look, but steps to one side, holding the gate, gestures out to the street, as I'm afraid we're closing. I'll have to ask you to leave.
Denny will nod and say, "Yeah, we're headed out, but we'll probably see you tomorrow, hopefully."
Oh, he works the night shift.
Wonderful.
Super duper. Go away.
As you exit out on the sidewalk by the street, he swings the gate shut with nothing as pedestrian as a squealing hinge. It is far too well maintained for that. It closes silently and solidly, and you hear a ka-chunk as a lock is thrown. Yes, so you make your way across the street to the Silvered Arms, a pub with a convenient picture window overlooking the street, looking directly at the foundation.
Lovely.
And as luck would have it, literally, you have no problem grabbing one of those booths, and it is your prototypical London pub: dark wood, polished wood bar, brass rail, sufficiently lit but not brightly lit, sort of a haze of cigar and pipe smoke, sort of clinging to the ceiling, forming a sort of a marine layer of smoke overhead. There's a publican behind the bar, serving up drinks, and a couple young ladies moving between the tables, taking orders and delivering food and drink.
Cool. We'll begin our stakeout.
All right, so yeah, we'll get food and drink, and
Does anyone want to chat up any of the locals here, see if they know anything about that weird place across the street?
Yeah, we should probably chat up at least the people who work here.
Yeah.
Denny will attempt to find someone, or hopefully some people, who appear. I mean, I guess World War I, everybody was kind of military type, but look for anybody that might be of a similar background and attempt to order drinks near them, and utilize his English accent, his American accent to not English accent, his not English accent.
Is
Right.
he gonna put on a fake accent?
To attempt to get hooked into some sort of interaction.
Oh, really saved your butts over here.
Probably not with that, yeah.
Oh, the Hun.
Cool. Let's see. So just
Can have a button that says "I heart Archduke Ferdinand."
Kill a Hun for your mom.
Yep.
yeah. There's a way I can make this. Well, I guess it depends how you want to play it. So to kind of just insert yourself into a conversation is typically going to be a fast talk or a persuade.
Right.
Just kind of like social your way in.
Yeah, I guess I was looking at it more as an observation of some sort to find who I should order drinks near rather than directly engaging anybody.
Okay,
You know-
I was misled potentially by your American accent.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So this is more like trolling rather than like spearfishing. This is going to a certain place and doing what I would normally do anyway, but attempting to do it in the best possible place to interact with a vet of some sort.
Got it. Okay, so let's call this. What's gonna work best?
I mean, starting at the most basic, there's like intelligence of trying to spot like
Yeah,
mechanical pieces of clothing, equipment, injuries, things like that. And then we could get deeper into it with maybe some sort of like first aid or medical, natural world. I don't know.
yeah. So let's. Yeah. So what I'll have you do is roll, say, a combined spot hidden and first aid roll. Or you can just roll a D100. I don't know if the combined rolls work in the system terribly well just yet.
So roll a D100.
Yeah. Let's compare it to both and we'll see where you end up.
50.
Nice. All right. So I'm going to tick your flag your first aid as success because that was. So you find a spot where you can sort of pay some attention. It's a relatively shallow room, at least at the front. It looks like it L's around off to the right. So you can kind of walk up into the bar, and there's the booths, that one of which you took over to your right against that window, and it looks like the public area kind of has a long L off further to the right that you haven't really taken a look at yet. But to get the best sort of vantage on this portion of the room, at least, you just kind of get yourself up to the bar, and you're sure you'll be in a position where the bartender will ask you what you want at some point. But you're making sure you're not like holding out money or raising a hand or anything. You're just kind of there, and when he gets to you, he gets to you. You got a little bit of time while he's helping some other people to try and kind of scope out the room around you. And for the most part, you're in downtown London. So what you are mostly surrounded by appear to be the modern business type. This place isn't quite nice enough for the Penhues of the world, or the Gavigans of the world and up, but it's too downtown and too expensive for most just labor types. So what you find are mostly people who have office jobs in downtown London. Not the most fertile of fields. That said, the Great War sucked everyone into its orbit at some point or another. Nobody sat that one out. So it takes a little bit longer than it might elsewhere, but after a little bit of time, you're sitting there, somebody's come up to the bar, and he's kind of a couple people down from you, wasn't immediately in your focus when he first got there. But you hear him order, and he orders something I wish I had a name for off the tip of my tongue that would really set the scene for you. But it amounts to like a particular brand of whiskey watered, and you recognize it as something that you would always drink in the trenches because it's the whiskey you could get and the water to stretch it. And there was you could almost always find someone with that whiskey that made it to the front. And the fact that he's ordering it sort of calls your attention to him. So it would be an odd thing to order for no reason. It's not a very good whiskey. And making it 2/3 just water certainly doesn't help matters. You kind of lean forward a little bit to get a better look. And you look at him, and as his drink is served, you can see that his left hand only has the first 3 fingers, and his right hand is missing the thumb.
All right. So he's ordered some Sir Pitterson blended Scotch whiskey.
Exactly. It's exactly like that. I'm sure there is a drink just like that has a name that I don't know.
No,
but it's just you absolutely recognize as there's no way you order this except on a dare or because this is what you drink now.
I looked up barbed wire whiskey is apparently a term used for the beers, rums, gins, and whiskeys from World War One.
There you go. So he specifically refers to it as barbed wire whiskey, and the bartender appears to know what that means. And serves him something that he takes a sip of and seems satisfied with.
All right. And he... All right. So Denny will be ordering drinks for everybody, but we'll also be ordering. He'll gesture over and say, "And I'll have one of those as well," when he gets his chance to order.
Sure. Doesn't take long. As soon as you make any move to being ready to be served, bartender comes over, asks what you'll have. You order a round of drinks for your group and order one of those for yourself. Bartender nods, gets a little bit of a knowing look in his eye, gives you a little bit of nod. He obviously clocks your accent, but knows as well as you do, what that means. Gives you the drinks for the rest of the group first, then pulls out just an unlabeled clear glass bottle full of brown liquor that's not quite as clear as you might like it to be. Sloshes a generous amount into a glass and then pours just water from a pitcher, topping the glass till it's basically full.
Right.
Here you are, sir.
So I'll pay, and I'll be sort of watching to see if my order was noticed by the guy who I pointed at while ordering.
No, that's more fun. If he noticed you, he's not making any move to indicate it. Entirely possible that he also just didn't catch it. He's the third person down from you on the left as you were at the bar. He may just not have noticed your gesture or order.
Sounds good. I will collect up the drinks and turn so that he sees my left ear missing as well, if he's noticed it all, and then take the drinks back.
Sure.
And we'll start watching the institute. But then I'll be keeping an eye on that guy to see if there's another opportunity to go over and be nearby again.
Sure. So the rest of you had your drinks. You are at the booth. Anything you wanted to do, talk about, look at, explore, etc.? Are we just sitting, eating, drinking, and keeping an eye on the foundation?
Well, real quick, does this pub have a name? I forgot.
Yeah, it's the Silvered Arms.
Silvered?
Yep.
I'm going to be trying to observe the foundation out the window. So,
all right.
I'll have my
Um,
wine and be looking out the window.
I'm gonna try and chat up one of the servers, but instead of a military type, Adele is looking for either like the chattiest waitress, the one that's got the good gossip, or if there's a server that looks like a lonely man.
Okay. As far as you can tell, the only man working in here right now, that employed here right now, that's in front of the house invisible, is the bartender. And it's hard to get a read without at least going up to the bar. It's hard to get a read on that sort of characteristics. He's constantly talking to people who come up to the bar. There are 2 waitresses walking around. Give me another luck check. One of them does seem chattier, but she's not the one who's been coming to your table. You've been being served by mid-30s, pale-skinned, thin woman, dark-haired, tied back in a bun, who is perfectly polite and professional, but is clearly not interested in social interaction, at least with customers. The other waitress, who appears to be serving sort of that other leg of the L I mentioned earlier, and you mostly see her when she comes up to get things from the bar, is a younger, shorter, dark-skinned, probably Indian woman. You can't see if she has a bindi or not. You can't get a good enough look at her face for long enough. But she has long, dark hair tied back in a thick braid hanging down her back. And she seems to be pretty vivacious and chatty. You can see her stopping occasionally and just chatting with customers as she goes about her business. Never taking so long that she's not doing her job, but clearly enjoying the interaction aspect.
Okay. I'm so bad at this kind of thing in real life. It is literally a struggle.
You can just say you want to go talk to her, and we'll do it with dice. That's what it's for.
Yep.
Yes, Adele's good at this. Not
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Like I don't.
All I'll ask for is what kind of approach are you trying to make, and is there any like particular topic you want to try and broach that you think will help?
Yes.
After that, it's all just the dice. It's not, you don't have to be good at this kind of thing.
Yeah, I want to put myself at a separate table in her area, so I don't want to just like be standing in the middle, in the way. I want to be able to have a natural chat with her at a little table, and then compliment her, order a drink, tip very well, and then start a conversation about, being
Cool.
new in town, into mysticism. I went next door. It's full of stuffed shirts. Gossip, gossip, gossip.
So that sounds like charm to me, with a soupçon of credit rating. So yeah, give me a charm roll.
I'm
Very
so
nice.
charming.
Nice. Yeah, not a problem. You're not certain if it's your personable approach, or the subject at hand, or just being friendly, or if it's just that she's friendly, or it's just that you have now tipped a couple times. She's brought you a couple drinks. You're trying to kind of nurse them, and you order a little bit of food. But this is taking some time for you to sort of build up a rapport here. But it seems totally successful. She's chatted with you every time she's at the table. You've hit a point where you feel like you are just having a conversation with her, like she is a friend of yours.
We're gonna be pen pals.
Exactly. So what do you want to talk about? What are you trying to get here?
I want a general description. Have there been any interesting characters coming in and out of the Penhew? If any of the people who work there drink here, so we could come back and chat them up another day.
All right. There's kind of general observations on the foundation across the street. Cool. Yeah, so what she'll tell you is odd characters, not in the traditional sense, but it does seem to attract a lot of scholarly types who are sort of odd in their own way. And they're the ones who will most frequently stop here at some point during the day or after the Foundation closes and have a drink or a meal. Most of them seem friendly enough, possibly a bit standoffish. When more than one of them comes in, she tells you, yeah, they frequently have conversations that she can't follow. They're talking about things that she doesn't have any experience or understanding of. But nobody odd in the sense that if a constable were to ask you, have you seen anything odd lately, they'd stand out. She's not familiar with any employees of the Foundation coming in here. Certainly not when she's been here, at least, though it's possible. She recognizes the security guard. She recognizes the doorman. And by description, she recognizes the man at the front desk you talk to. Doesn't know their names, recognizes they are... She assumes they're actual employees because they're there every day. They're not there for stretches of time and then gone for a while. She knows that there are a couple of those posh types that seem important that she thinks work there. She sees them go in and out regularly, but not regular like they're working for a living regular, just frequently like they belong there, sort of thing. But she doesn't know their names, and they've never, to her knowledge, eaten or drinking here. Eaten or drunk here.
Okay.
Drinking. Yep. See that language evolution I was talking about? There it is. Drinking, I'm calling it. 5 years, it'll be the new fetch.
Skibidi toilet mat.
That's Cap.
That's Cap. That's right. No Cap. Okay, nothing in there seemed terribly plot relevant. Anything else I should ask y'all?
Anything?
I might go up and ask for another old Orkney. Good old Orc. Another one of the Orc, please.
Arkanarf.
Nice. Yeah, see, I knew that had to exist.
Oh yeah.
I just didn't have to, I know there's gonna be a booze that you'd have to have been in the trenches to want to drink now.
That's probably where the word Orc came from.
Probably. Yeah.
Tolkien.
Yep. Anyway,
Yeah, so that's easy enough. But we find out if Adele has anything else she wants to talk to her waitress about.
No, I don't think there's anything here.
All right. If anything else comes up, you can reopen the conversation. You've been building a relationship with her for some time. So this is going to be kind of overlapping with what she's doing over there as you're moving back and forth, because Adele's taken up a table and is now eating and drinking kind of on her own to build this relationship. It just worked out quite well for her. Sorry, what was that, Katie?
What's her name?
Oh, Shweta.
Minerva McGonagall? Cool. Shweta balls.
Shweta weather.
See, I work with the Shweta, and one has to not say things like that.
So
I know.
do I.
So bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize to the universe.
We always say Greta, but I only
I
know
won't.
the email, so
Is this an old name or a new name? I've never heard this name before.
it's from India.
Yeah, it's a traditional Indian name as far as I know.
I think it's sort of like Michael or
Uh-huh.
Never heard
Andrea.
it.
Like Swetha is just a name.
Mhm.
Right. So yeah, that's her name. So yeah, you are certainly under the impression that if you were to come back here at a future date, she would remember you and be friendly to you. You've formed a worthwhile relationship with her. Denny, you go to the bar, and it's easy enough to, now that you've got sort of a target in mind, sort of get up to the bar and be next to him when you order your old Orkney. Bartender also recognizes this and gives you the same thing from before,
Right.
which is exactly what you ordered. But standing right there ordering it, you do see the gentleman next to you sort of turn his head and glance at your drink and look at you and nod and just say, "Where'd you serve?"
And Daniel respond, France.
Same. Well, I'm glad you made it.
Right. So Denny will take his weird, discolored thumb hand and pick up his glass and turn again so he can see that he's not just some guy who is like blowing the whistle and then seeing how it happens. Give a drink. Here's to not being in France.
I'll drink to that. And you can see he has the glass sort of gripped in the three fingers of his left hand, but he's also bracing it with the side of his right as he raises it and takes a healthy drink from it. Yeah. Lost a lot of friends over there. You sound American, if you don't mind my saying so.
Yeah, I'm from the woods over there, from Minnesota.
Oh, golly.
Don't know Minnesota, but being from the woods must have helped.
Well, it could help.
I guess insofar as anything could help. Yeah.
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 But now
Wouldn't have helped at Verdun.
No, not at all. The good news is I'm here more for more enjoyable things. It's a much nicer place to visit.
I imagine so. Yeah. Was a time I would have said the continent made a nice vacation. Not so much these days.
Yeah. Denny will laugh and ask what he does.
Kind of looks at his hands. Not much. Soldier's pension takes care of me mostly. I find odd jobs here and there, but never one of those bookish types gets paid for not working.
Denny nods. Yeah, not a lot of with all the paper and wood that I've seen. We never did a whole lot of book things either.
That's funny.
But Denny will just go back and forth on that for a while. Eventually order another drink, etc.
Sure. So for this, let's call this. I don't have like a war survivor skill here.
Right. There's some sort of inverted charm, like an absence of being a slimy, like, con man.
Yeah, so what I'll actually do, what I'll have stand in for sort of military camaraderie experience is I'll have you roll rifle.
Okay.
As a firearm, specifically the thought process being it's a firearm that the average person most of the time, it's certainly in cities, just has no real experience with. And certainly in England, lots of sidearms, lots of shotguns. Rifles are much more specific. Oh, yeah.
There we go. So we get into the conversations about all the nuts and bolts of all the stuff we liked and didn't like, and
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it you'd like to ask, hear about, know, etc.? Like
oh,
Adele with Shweta, this is going to be someone that you have sort of very quickly formed a real, not new, but real friendship with.
so I'll explain that we were planning on going across the street to visit to see what's going on over in that place because it sounded like an interesting place that deals with interesting things, but also kind of weird, and just ask what he knows about what goes on over there. Like less of a I'm specifically a well trained weird Titian or whatever, but like more outside of looking in.
Sure. It's an awfully good role. Plausibly. So he'll be able to tell you a couple things about it. He unfortunately isn't in a position to know a whole lot about it. Really, it's not really his set. But he spends time here, and he's an observant guy. So we can point out a few things about it. First, just sort of the layout. Sort of, he tells you that it's just become habit, as he's sure it is with you, that he's always aware of the physical layout of what's around him. He always needs to know, where the shell might be coming from, where he can dive if he hears that ripping sound overhead. So he's kind of, without really intending to, he's done a pretty good casing of the outside of the foundation. He'll tell you, yeah, the front door is the only public entrance, but at the back there's a sliding gate in the fence for deliveries. There's a coal chute in the back, as well as a delivery, an entrance at the back for deliveries. He's never seen the windows open, at least on the ground floor. He noted that because it struck him as kind of odd. This is pre-air conditioning. Normally you'd open the windows to solve that problem. He's never seen them open. He thinks that they might be painted shut since he's never seen them move. And he'll tell you that as far as he knows, after hours, between 6 o'clock in the evening and 7 o'clock in the morning, as far as he knows, the only person on the grounds is the one security guard who does routine rounds inside and then outside on a very predictable schedule. You can follow his torchlight as he goes around the building. It appears to be a thorough check. You see his light in every window on the first floor, and then every window on the second floor, and then he comes out the door and does a full lap around the property, and then goes back in, and then apparently takes some kind of break for a little bit, but then 15 minutes later, every window again. So he appears to be doing a thorough job, but it also appears there's just the one responsible for inside and outside.
So then we'll insert joke about the one guy in the group that's always following the procedures instead of everybody else who's always screwing it up. We'll laugh. It'll be a lot of fun.
You do. And with that, with that role, he'll also look at you after a little bit and kind of, there'll be a long pause, a lull in the conversation. The kind of lull that normally you, really anyone, would feel almost compelled to say something to fill. It's one of those, this has gone on just long enough and I don't know you well enough yet to just sit here in silence. But something tells you to just sort of let it ride. And it goes on for a bit before he kind of turns his head, looks at you again, then looks back down at his drink, and in kind of a low tone of voice without meeting your eyes, says, "Oh, you have an interest in what was that word you used? The weird?
Weirdology. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't normally say it, but I've seen plenty of things that I would have said was insane.
Yeah, what kind of things?
And then he'll kind of itch at his ear and say, "Well, most of it started when I made this donation." I'll give a brief story of what led up to it, and then the idea that there was something that was like I didn't have a way to describe it other than some kind of damn werewolf was right in the middle of everything, making a mess of everything, and that's when the shell hit me and whatever. And that sort of put me towards meeting up with this group I'm with now. We've been to some other places and seen some other things that some of it I can't even remember.
He kind of stops. Werewolf. Yeah. Was a time I'd have laughed at you for that. Laughed like the greenhorn does. Trying to fit in a little bit too hard. Not anymore. Never seen a werewolf myself, but who's to say?
Certainly not me anymore.
So I don't know. We weren't stationed near the Americans for it. Were you at Verdun?
I can't honestly remember. I was reading my backstory again. I don't know if I got that far.
Totally up to you. I don't know that you had list out, nor did I expect you to list out like every site of action you were at. You can just decide.
Yeah, I mean, I do have Belfort, France listed as a place I had downtime, but that was about the end of what I wrote down. So I was near it. I don't know. I was on the good side.
Yeah, well, I mean, whether or not you were there, everyone knows that even the generals were calling it the meat grinder. I think we lost more men there than the whole of the rest of the war put together. Don't know the numbers for it. Maybe that ain't true, but could be. Could be true, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And it was bad. This was early. This was when the generals and them boys hadn't really figured out, I guess, machine guns, or maybe they thought only we had them. I don't know, but kept getting ordered to go over the top, kept getting mowed down. That was bad. It was bad. But there's stuff that they won't tell you. I never seen in a report since then. Everyone knows about the machine guns. Everyone knows about the artillery. Everyone knows about the gas. There was a night. I don't know. It's hard to keep track of time. 11, 12 days into that hell. We knew we were going over the top at dawn. Pretty much knew that we weren't going to make it. No one did. No one ran either. Never really understood that. No one ran. Anyway, like I said, 10th, 11th, 12th, somewhere in there. Dawn comes and we're huddled in the trench. Low fog everywhere. Can't see hide nor hair through it. Not gas, thank God, just nature's own fog. The scouts, lookouts, started shouting. We were waiting for the whistle to blow and never did. So some of us stuck our heads up. Some didn't, and God, I wish I was one of them. I stuck my head up over that field, and I swear to you on everything that's ever been holy, I saw things. I don't know, could have been people, maybe once, just rising right up out of the earth. Just climbing up out of dirt into God's daylight like they belonged here. They came at us. Think they went after the Hun too. Don't know. Didn't have time to check, but there's only a few of them piled into the trench, and they killed as many men as machine guns the day before or the day after. Honestly, don't know how I made it. But werewolves? Yeah, I believe you saw a werewolf. I believe you saw anything you say you saw after that. Just slams the rest of his drink, puts the glass down.
And I'll nod and say, I'm not saying that there's a werewolf in that building, but the folks who are in places like that, I think, are more inclined to believe our stories than most. And I don't think they're often looking to listen to us, but I'm going to see if I can get some answers from them on some other things that I've been looking for. So that's why I was asking about it. And if there aren't any secret rituals or anything that you've noticed, that makes me feel a little more comfortable with heading in there. And then I'll slip them enough money to cover a few drinks for the night, plus at least that much more again, trying to stay under the cap of like me just obviously giving him like charity. Sure. And kind of clap him on the shoulder and say, next you are on me. I appreciate the time tonight, and maybe I'll see you again here soon. And then head back to the table.
Cool. Yeah, so
There's a werewolf in there, but I'm not saying there's not a werewolf in there.
Schrodinger's werewolf.
So you slide him some money, saying, have a drink for me, have a round for the boys, head back to your group. As you're leaving, he says, I'll do that. Thank you. I'll keep an eye on that over there. You stop back, find me here. Shouldn't be too hard to find me here. Tell you if I learn anything new.
I'll tell them they much appreciated, and wrap it up.
What's that, Katie?
A man's name?
He goes by Freddy.
Good old Freddy.
Probably at some point over the course of that conversation, he would have told you his name is Friedrich, but that doesn't go over so good these days.
Yep.
So he goes by Freddy. What's that?
Friedrich Weasley? You're the one that keeps naming them after Harry Potter characters, Matt. I can't stop you.
I mean, it's hard to not name somebody after a Weasley. There's so many of them.
So I'll relay the information to the group about one guard every night, pretty consistent patrolling, but it is one person. There's a coal chute, a delivery door, and another door on the back. And the bottom windows, ground floor windows, seem like they're probably not the best place to enter.
Yeah, so no. The guard had a regular round schedule. Ground floor windows bad.
About 15 minutes.
It sounds like a heist is brewing here.
I mean, potentially.
You steal a mummy?
Is it really stealing if it was already stolen?
Right. We're
Yeah.
just
Can you steal artifacts from the British?
reliberating.
It belongs in a museum.
Sounds
But
cool.
this is a museum.
Not this one.
Lois is going to be watching the foundation, seeing if anyone goes in and out, see if she sees anything creeping around the windows or any lights from inside, anything like that. That's what she's been
Sure.
doing.
You don't notice much of interest. You're able to provide some visual confirmation of at least part of what Freddie told Denny, that with that context, yeah, that's the security guard going around. You've seen the light. You've certainly seen him come out the front door with his torch and do a lap around the building. And you observe the same thing Denny was told. He appears to be doing a pretty thorough job. He's making sure he's lighting up all the areas. He's not, taking a nap along the side or anything. He's doing his job best he can. But there is just one of them.
Okay.
Side note, Old Orkney is no longer cheap whiskey.
Duly
Oh.
noted.
What is it?
Expensive whiskey?
Expensive whiskey?
This 50-year-old Isle of Orkney single malt whiskey is $25,000.
Oh.
Cool.
They've had it the whole time. It was cheap whiskey. It wasn't selling well, and now it's 50-year-old whiskey.
Right.
Cool. Is there anything else
Nope.
Not
I
for
think,
me.
trying to get here?
I think we probably squeeze this orange.
All right. I assume you'll head back to the hotel, get another night's rest. Anybody who's down hit points can recover a hit point for the night's sleep, or 2 if you've got quick healer. I don't know if anybody's down any hit points right now.
Denny is, so I'll
No,
take
yes, you get 1 back.
Why not?
No problem.
And that is where we can leave it for the night.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, so next week, Friday is the day we are picking Elodie up from her camp. We don't know when yet. It's about an hour and a half from here. Hopefully, we're dropping her off on Sunday. Hopefully, we'll find out then when we're supposed to pick her up. So we'll know how it's going to work, but the possibility exists if it's late enough that we won't be back in time to run a session. As soon as I know, I will let everyone else know whether we are planning to have the game next Friday or not. I hope so. It seems likely that it's early enough for it to not be a problem, but just in case,
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a 1-shot for Slough's going away. So we can go back to an occasional Monster of the Week 1-shot, but it'll be, I think last time Matt mentioned that he wanted to switch to a new character, so Slough is going to retire.
Nice.
Sounds good.
Are we thinking we'll do that next week?
We needed a butler, honestly, for our haunted mansion, right?
One can never have too many butlers,
Nice.
especially with ones that have canes that have knobs or whatever.
the butler's cane has a knob on it. Yeah.
Terrible.
And they have like a paragraph description, like it's everything you think it would be. Is ridiculous hijinks and a lot of this is literally like the words that they use. A lot of guffawing and some body language. Ah, oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah.
All right, folks. I will. I'll catch you next Friday then.
All right. Sounds good.
Cool.
Good seeing you all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Night, guys.
Good night. Thanks so
Good.
much.